changed. All right. All right, good morning and welcome to day 3 of our budget hearings. Today we're going to work on finishing the rest of our agenda from Wednesday, going through the departments and trying to make our cuts. Where we left off, we finished up the commissioners, highway and engineering. I know Carrie, you're here actually. So we talked some more about the whole max levy situation, and it's the opinion of the auditor's office that really, I mean, what you've published, we can roll with, so.
Okay, so our original numbers then?
That's correct, right, Ed, Tanya?
Yes, 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Bridge and highway.
Um,
On the Cume Bridge and, just the
on,
Cume Bridge.
1135, okay.
But yeah, so I will go
Where is
mark
this,
my
Tanya?
file accordingly. I don't know if you guys want to make notes in your books.
What page?
57, 58, 59.
And 60. And all years are going to the 24, or excuse me, all pages are for the 24.
For Fund 1135.
Yeah.
What about that, okay,
Yeah, they're rate-based, so even though they fall under the max levy, the way it was
I gotcha.
published and with their rate, even if we make adjustments, the state can change it again like they did last year, so.
57, did you say 59?
Yeah, it's all of Fund 1135, so
And
57, 58, 59,
66.
and 60.
which is basically what we thought we were gonna do. We're just trying to just
Welcome, I
asking
was
for.
back at work at 6 this morning, I'm like, I'm
Well,
getting this done.
hey. We appreciate it, for
Okay.
sure, for
Okay.
sure, so,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you. All right, now let's go over to the health department, so.
I shall have a good Friday now.
Board of Health, Fund 1159.
This is the one that, I was talking, we were talking about give backs. I'd been speaking with Jamie the other day.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about kind of some little bit of our dilemma a little bit, and he told me that he's pretty confident he could give us back a decent amount this year.
Yeah,
He didn't really give a specific number. I didn't think it'd be any more than 10, but maybe up to that, I don't know.
okay,
And he said he's gonna get into his books and really find out what he can get, but he wanted me to pass that on to the council.
okay. I'll make a note of that, and then,
Where would that go?
That would be, I think, a give back for this year,
For
and then he's
23.
going to look and see what other cuts for next year in
Well,
addition to that.
I don't think you can make cuts for next
Actually, yeah, you're
year.
right on
He
that.
already
Because
cut
that's
it, because
his-
he already took 17,000 out of his budget.
That's
Well, it don't
his-
matter, we got that grant coming, right?
Exactly.
So it has to match.
So that, there's no reason to make any cuts.
So it'd be just to give back this year then?
So where does that, if it gives back, where does it go? That's
General.
General
Back in
fund.
general.
Just probably on his general
Yes.
fund is what he's talking about, which is 1159.
That is general fund, okay.
Well, that's not,
Or
I
it's
mean,
not
a
general,
general
I'm sorry,
fund.
it's a
So I don't,
tax levy fund, I worded that wrong,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's a tax levy fund, it's not in the general, but it is a tax levy fund, 1159.
So
I
a
would
cup-
assume his others are grants, so I don't think he's gonna be giving back from his grant.
so will a cut from this fund even matter?
Just max levy?
Well,
That's what I'm asking.
it will,
Hold on, that's right.
If, I hope I'm wording this right, you all know I'm still new when it comes to all this levy stuff. The health and the reassessment and the general are all kind of together in that levy rate,
Okay,
where the Cume Bridge is in a rate-driven,
right.
so these three, I don't know if I'm wording this right, and Ed can probably say it better. But I think if like the health goes down, then general.
Sure, I
would
think we all
raise.
get that, but if
No, I
he
don't.
makes a cut from his current budget right now,
Oh,
that's what Ryan is saying, if he cuts like 10,000 right now, like that, does that even matter for our county general fund that we're trying to, I don't think it does.
it's not gonna go back into county general if he was to cut out of this, would it?
Yeah, we were just ballparking, maybe when he looks into it, he'll see that he can't, because,
Yeah, but I guess I'm saying it may be a moot point.
yeah, you might be right.
Let me find out.
Okay, because if it's a moot point, then there's no reason for him to offer that up. It doesn't, if it's not going to impact our county general.
I feel like last year when we were doing something, he was generous and made some adjustments to his budget that helped us in some way, so that's what I'm trying to
Maybe.
figure
I don't-
out. If he helped us then, how can it help us now? I guess is what I'm getting at.
Well, we'll let the auditors look into that. I don't want to get,
Yeah, he never really gave me a solid number anyway, so we'll see
Yeah.
what it is, and hopefully it helps. If not, thanks for trying.
And I do have a call into our DLGF rep, so, maybe he'll get my message and call me today, so.
all right, well.
I can cover that with him.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously, I'm grateful for anyone who can find some pennies to help offset this pickle we're in, but if it doesn't make a difference, then it's not necessarily worth the effort. So on this, are we all good with his 24 numbers?
yeah, because it was a cut anyway from the 23.
Right. So that all goes back. This is basically our contribution to get the grant monies.
Yeah, I thought we already done on this one.
Yep.
I
All
think
right.
we agreed to, when he made his first.
Update my spreadsheet.
What are we doing?
We're sticking with his
Sticking with
proposed
24 budget.
24 budget.
On
For-
page 63.
Is that for all of the accounts or just for the 63?
That's that one. We'll go through each one,
Okay.
but I'm just wanting to update the spreadsheet as we go. I promised
So, right,
Matt that I would take good notes and get it updated so I could send it back to him, so he doesn't miss out on some data.
oh, I'm sure he's up bright and early.
Watching
right now.
us as he's listening while he's driving, yeah. Okay, let's go on then to page 65. It's Fund 1168. This is also reduced, so we'll go with his 24. I'm pretty sure all of his we're going with his 24.
And that's when he said would not be needed if the new state funds come through.
Right.
It would just roll over.
Mr. Hughes, didn't he say that about the next one as well? I think he said that about the next one as well.
Page 94.
Local health trust.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's right. We refer to it as a backup for,
All right. On page 94, it's all 24. And then page 95 on 9102 is that new health services fund that our Board of Health monies contribute to.
I've got in my notes plus 50,000.
49,472.
I wrote a different number, I don't know what that's about, but the total I have is like 1.35 million, so, and it says revenue received from the state for the health grant, but I don't write in my notes why it's more than what the book printed.
4 counties decided not to opt in.
That's where it is. I remember that now.
Yeah.
So what was the final number? You guys got 1.350344?
Well, that's what the money that we're gonna get from the state. Yeah, $1,350,344.31 is the new number we will receive from the state.
but this is the advertised budget, so we can't go over that.
Right, the advertised budget is the $1,299,638.
How do we do that?
We just keep it.
Just go with the advertised and
Yeah.
we'll get more.
He's not asking for that money, he's just telling us that's what he's going to get. So he'll have a balance in that fund, and if he needs to come before us and transfer any money, then he
Oh,
can.
okay, well, that's easy enough.
Non-reverting, it does
Yeah.
not go back. So
It's his money. Do you have any questions on any of the health department funds?
I guess the only comment is that we really don't have, I mean, we haven't looked at this budget in detail.
We can,
That's really up to the Board of Health.
yes, Jamie has his own board that reviews his expenditures and such.
Yeah, well, I'm only speaking from history. Traditionally, they've been pretty solid on what they've scheduled out. As far as expenditures, I guess you kind of get a sense of when who turns it in with their bare bones and then, not to say who doesn't, but you know the guys who are really, really giving you what they need. I think he's pretty good with that.
I agree.
All right, so let's go on down to the clerk.
We're skipping public defender for now?
We already did
We
that
did it yesterday.
yesterday.
That's right. I didn't put my check on that, sorry.
That's all right.
That's right, because he was in here ahead of someone else, so we skipped him, right?
Yeah, because there were meetings and such that he needed to attend yesterday.
There he is.
Here comes more.
Page 6.
You're up.
Just in time.
Don't get too comfortable.
I told Eugene, I'm only 8 years younger than Joe Biden, guys. Think about that.
Oh.
Yeah. Scary, isn't it?
I would have never guessed that.
Where are we starting at? I have to.
Page 6.
Page 6. So,
I'm
I know, Rick,
prepared
you
but
were-
disorganized, so get ready.
all right, I know you were in and out yesterday, so we've been using 23 budget salary numbers and kind of going from there. Thank you.
This is not on the regular form, because I can't understand.
A lot of that goes on down the
Welcome to
time.
the club, right?
Yeah. Woo, yeah, this has been a hard one to keep up with. This is my 2023 list of employees. So no new, this is the people that I've had along, and their 2023 salaries, which, you know, we are going to use if I understand correctly. So on the spreadsheet, it shows that first job, that 103, as a new job, and it wasn't a new job for 24, it was a new job for 23, and it didn't, you know, 40,700 was what I was asking for, but the 23 amount was 37,000.
I have written down your old employee for that
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
Yeah, we appropriated in January 37,000 for that line.
right. She was a new employee. She wasn't a new employee. That line was a new line
Yes.
in 23. Not 20.
Yeah, you were at, if I'm not mistaken, you were asked to come back in January after budget season was over to
Yes,
do, to
yes.
that,
Last year when we had none, back in the old days.
good old days.
Last year when we had money.
Also got a couple give back line items written down on here.
Yep, we need to go through those. Good call out. So what you gave us back for this current year in part-time was 7,000.
Mhm.
We also had a reduction of 7,000 in the supplies, office supplies line.
That's a give back, right?
These are give back
Yeah,
for
those are now for
2023.
this year, 23. I saved myself enough in there to get through the end of the year. Maybe, you know, if we can save any more, we will.
On line A 129, we were able to get back 10,000 because of an employee
Yes.
being out for,
That's what all I have. Those are the three I had written down.
Yeah, that's what I had, out of the 125 budget, the clerk budget.
Thank you for that, by the way.
Still 24,000.
I think that's the second most give back yet, so.
if I put them in the right column.
I really, you know, out of the clerk's budget, over the past few years, we've cut things back so far that I've only got 5 line items besides employees, so.
Yeah.
You know, it's basically office supplies and payroll, and that's all we got.
Yeah, you're not alone in that. There's quite
Yeah.
a few. I mean, it's one of the things when people I see, you know, cut the fat. Well, there's not a lot to cut from in our county government. We're awfully lean in most of our departments. And if you look at them based on series level, you'll see most of our expenditures are for 100 series level positions and salaries and,
The department
Benefits
heads
and
as a
such.
whole work really hard
Yeah.
to keep things in line. Delaware County, we're lucky.
On your 441 computer equipment, go through that again with us, please.
Okay, this is on the 125 budget for this year or
Yes.
for proposed?
Well, you got
Well,
2,500 and
What
next year,
we've done is we got behind on computers and over a period of time, you know, they tell me that we can't upload the current software and that we can't get what we need, you know, to keep up with the state programs and the programs that we run on a day-to-day basis. So this year, we replaced 10 computers. We moved money around in our own budget, replaced 10. We've got a cycle where we will be replacing 10 every year, trying to stay on top of this. And the computers, Jim told me they have a 3-year warranty. So if I get on this cycle, my machines will always be in warranty and they'll always be new enough to be able to handle the upcoming and new software.
And how old are the ones you want to replace?
Some of the ones that we just replaced were close to 10 years old. And, you know, we were having trouble with them every day trying to get them to boot up and come on. And supposedly that's what it was. I don't, and you're talking to a guy that types like this.
Yeah.
Tell me what I
both,
need, we'll
right?
fix it, right?
Well, the reason why I bring that up is because, yeah, obviously, if you've got some that are 10 years old, I would say, yeah, probably needs replaced, but I've heard, you're just the guy that's up there right now, but I've heard other people come up there that are, through this budget meeting, want to replace computers every 3 years,
It has to do with our software.
right?
Our
And I
case,
get it,
our
and
case
again,
management software, we were told when we bought it, or when we went into the state, that if we don't keep our computers updated, our case management will not work correctly.
and I know certain departments have a little more leeway than others
Yes.
when it comes to that stuff.
That's why
Probably
the
depending
court,
on what they work with, you know.
Right. that's why
I-
the courts are on a replacement plan. We had to put on, we're on a 5-year because we had so many computers. They were not put on that plan right away, so now they're trying to play catch up.
Right, I get it.
And they are the clerk of the courts, like,
Right.
that's, you know, I know sometimes we think, we
Yeah,
think
they
of the
load all
clerk.
kinds of stuff on it.
Well, right, we think of the clerk
You'd
so
probably be in their
often,
priority as well.
right,
Kind of take you for granted.
we think of the
They
clerk
do.
so often as who runs our elections, right? A lot of people think of the clerk as simply someone who runs our elections.
Yeah, was it,
And that's not your job really at all. In other counties,
That's just
other,
an added duty we put on you. That
Well-
was put on you.
somebody
Because-
asked me yesterday or the day before when I was up here too about the number of computers, and I had to count. We got 12 in the election room, besides what I got for my 20-some employees in the clerk's office and our, you know, the special ones that we have to have for marriage license certificates and other things, so we got a lot.
The only reason I brought it up is I'd heard someone say, yes, I think it was Shelley, said they got some computers, they're 8 years old. And, you
Yeah.
know, when I hear some people, you know, replacing them so quick, I'm wondering, can we squeeze another few miles out of them? And that, I guess that's what I was asking. If you're at the 10-year mark, you probably can't. But if you do have any of those in there that you're wanting to replace that are within 3 years old, that would be a good spot to maybe hold off till next year if we could.
Absolutely. You know, right now we're catching up, but we will get caught up.
Yeah.
And, you know, we can
And I like
back
the
off at some
program you're
point.
doing,
Yeah.
so you can.
Now, we're
You
not
know,
gonna buy them
rotation.
just for the sake of buying them, you know.
Mr. Spangler, would
Yes,
there
sir.
be any way to move some of that money from the county general budget to your perpetuation fund for those computers?
The perpetuation fund is so narrow as to how we can use it. Yes, the answer is yes, but I'd have to do some thinking about it because if, in fact, we do that, then we can't load any other software on that other than software we use for the perpetuation of files. That's very, you know,
Some of them.
perpetuation funds are specific, but, you know, it has to be for that purpose. I can't have that computer used in any way in the election room or election stuff kept on it. And we have a lot of, especially me, because I'm dancing back and forth between 2 offices and I gotta have everything accessible to me, my chief deputy. I've got several other first deputies that handle different things. And so those of us that wear separate hats couldn't do that. Or different hats, I mean.
Things are tricky. So you're
That was
saying,
just-
you're saying, I know you can't use it to purchase it, but you're saying like, once it's purchased in the building, you can't even use it to even do anything outside of that.
If we buy it through
Forever.
perpetuation, and that's just like we have, you know, we put a girl into the perpetuation account, you know, last year in the budget. I have to be so careful that, you know, if I need help in the election room, I can take anybody else from office but her.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, stay on top of that.
Yeah, because I'm not good at giving back.
so what I'm hearing though is that like, there's a chance. Like how many, how many stations, workstations would be 100% working on the perpetuation of? We're talking like a couple?
Yeah, our front line in the clerk's office. There would probably be a few that we could.
You can't give up all 15, yes, all of your 15,000, but you might be able to give up some of it if you did that, correct? Is that kind of what we're alluding here?
Yeah, good point.
I mean, even if it's 2 or 3 computers,
Mhm.
that's better than 0.
But how much are they each? Does somebody remember that?
It depends,
$550 plus software.
About $1,000.
Yeah, about.
well, depending on what software you need, yeah.
Plus the software.
I'll throw a number out.
$300, $1,200.
So would $6,000 get you 5? 6,200.
I'm trying to think, because we actually bought some out of there before. I can't remember. $5 on that, because I think some of the hardware needed to be upgraded.
Well, if we meet halfway at 7,
Okay.
like 7.5.
I'd probably that, yeah. I think it's something
Think we
has
can
to be
meet at
done.
7.5 for now?
Find a happy medium.
7,500.
So is that what we're gonna go with?
7,500.
7, yep.
Mr. Spengler, how many employees do you have right now that are
Well, me, I'm Rick.
open?
Mr. Spangler passed away a few years ago.
24.
Rick, how many open I know you got 24 employees. How many positions do you have that are open currently? None.
None.
You're 100%
I'm
staffed.
100% staffed.
That's good to hear.
Okay, that's right, okay.
Kudos to you for that.
Yeah, no kidding.
23 women and Josh.
Josh is loving it.
All right, so in the meantime, you'll go look and see if there's I mean, obviously, we would not be able to add those computers now, but if you could, then obviously we can make that transfer at the first of the year in perpetuation if you think you can add some
Right,
computers
we can
there,
come back.
so.
Appropriate. We can make it happen.
So cut 750,
Yeah, just cut it in half, yep,
7,500?
yeah,
Okay.
that's what I meant. Yeah. So- Do you have any additional questions for Rick on this particular budget?
We do.
Okay,
Can we keep off the supplies at 25?
Rick, we show different amounts on 4 of your people
Uh-huh,
on your list.
yes.
When I get, it's ones that drop down,
Mhm.
so I don't know if you just picked up the wrong number or where
What
they
we
come-
probably need to do is get you and Jan together. I mean, I had her send me that list last night to what, basically off the payroll, what we're paying people right now.
Okay,
Because there was a couple of them, there's one of them that dropped down a little bit because of, our new staff starts at our base salary. And, so that, there would be some that were less. We haven't done anything other than what raises that council gave us last year, but during this year,
Is there
do you want me
discrepancy?
to read off the 4 that we show different amounts for? There's
I would
just-
rather you read it off to her, because if you read it off to me, I'll forget it before I get out the door.
You guys want
yeah,
it?
just,
I
just,
think would
just
be
give
good
us
to hear.
the
Okay.
code, please.
On B111,
B111,
Uh-huh.
hold on. There it is, towards the top.
his list shows 33,466.
Yep,
Last year's amount shows 34,428.
And that's one of them. I mean, I believe
Yeah.
she's our last hire.
Okay,
So
Alright.
she
So
would be
go
at that
with
base
the-
salary, so
okay, that answers that one.
So which number are you going with, please?
Yeah, 'cause my book says 0.
3, 4.
yeah, that page
Well,
is
you gotta
off.
drop-
That's why I printed this other out.
we're down, it's,
Jumps from A111 to B111, so on B111, instead of asking for the 36,813, and instead of going back to the A111 amount, he's saying go less at 33,466,
Okay, thank you.
oh, we go less.
Yeah.
because
Okay.
she's only getting the bare minimum.
So,
Okay,
so
stand
the amount
by.
you have is about $1,000 less than what we're showing, right?
Probably
For that
what,
person.
yeah, so, that person comes in, the last person was a tenured employee this year, or this person.
Makes
comes in-
sense.
Yeah.
Hold on, I wanna
A
make
lot
a
of moving
note.
parts.
Oh, yeah,
With
and,
all the
and
different
with an
employees.
officer our size, you gotta be careful, because and that's why I have Jan watch this stuff, I could, maybe lose a long-term employee that's making more money, bring a brand-new rookie in, and you start paying them more than
Yeah.
other people, you got a problem.
Yeah,
And
All
trust me, that news passes through the office
Oh,
real fast.
absolutely.
Okay, this could be a 60% longevity person, Paula Warfel.
Uh-huh.
She's been
Yes,
here a long
yes, she's
time.
been here a long time, so that could be
Okay,
the
that-
difference.
That's
That's where
probably
we,
what it is.
Yeah.
What, no, oh,
If you
B
look at
17.
A 117, last year's amount was 33,570.
Yeah,
But his list shows 33,838. That's a difference of 268. So my guess is that's the,
Probably, yeah.
60% longevity.
I'm assuming since he's pulled his from payroll, that his is accurate, right? Because that's what they're
that
currently
was the
paying.
plan.
Yeah.
So 33,838 on, and it drops down to B 111.
wait,
Well, that's two
Right.
different
One
ones.
seventeen,
Well, we were doing two different
Oh.
ones. We got B11 and
I'm
117.
sorry, did I jump up? I'm sorry. Sorry.
you said it right at one point in
B
time.
117. So like we're playing bingo. Okay.
You ready?
I am.
Did
Yeah,
you
Vero.
get, just
Yeah, okay.
for clarification, on B111, is it 34,466?
Yes,
And then for 117, 33,838?
yes.
All right, thank you.
So D 118 came from C 118. C was 33,466. He's got $100 more, which I thought maybe that's a typo, because that $100 just seems like a odd amount
Yeah.
to me. So we show 33,466. His list says 33,560.
I bet that is a typo, Tanya,
Okay.
because I can't think of anybody that 466 number repeats itself because that is our base. And there again, that employee is a newer employee, so probably just a.
A typo on your part or a typo in the
There you go again.
auditor
Probably
system?
my
I'm,
part.
I'm sorry, I'm just,
Slay me
His
while
one
I'm up
finger
here,
was
yeah.
too
the
busy.
list is wrong.
Right.
He wrote 566.
Okay,
Tried to type with two
Okay.
fingers, didn't you, right?
That's right.
so okay, so in the book at 33,466 is correct.
Yes.
yes.
Okay. Great.
And kind of the same thing on D 126. It came from C, and C shows 33,366. But then this person on his list shows 33,466.
Same thing, $100 deal.
But yet,
But look, I wrote 4 on it.
we do have both numbers
Yeah.
in the book. I mean, some people get paid 33,366, and other people get 33,466, so.
The reason for bringing this other sheet in was to make sure that we were all on the
Yeah.
same page.
Yeah.
You know, didn't want to wake up after the budget was approved and say, uh-oh, we either underpaid or overpaid.
So the book, so our stuff is wrong. We need to,
Well, we showed 33,366 as of last year's start, you could say, or
Mhm.
this year's start, you know what I mean, 2023. And then his list is showing 33,466.
But that's the same amount as the 118, so that would probably be,
Well, either one's a viable answer, so
Right.
right up there's 366, right there's 466.
oh, okay.
So
So,
we probably need
Need a
to look
clarification.
into that one and check with payroll, just to double check his payroll numbers, to
okay,
be sure on that one.
all right,
That's
so
what
we'll,
I'm
yeah,
thinking.
so we'll
way.
keep it at 33,366 for now.
For now, that's what the book shows.
We'll keep it as the book for now, and you're making that note, correct? All right. So if that's the case,
Ask the question again, Bill.
ones I circled is
all right,
me. Stand by.
Put a question mark.
let us know when you're ready.
So the number I come up with, 896,491.
Mr. Hughes had a question earlier, and kind of got
Failed to that.
sidetracked. I don't
Did
remember
we
what it
discuss
was.
part-time and office supplies?
Oh, you did bring that up, didn't you? You asked about, I did hear you ask the question. So Bill was asking if you'd be able to make a reduction in office supplies for 24.
You're
Office
giving back
supplies or-
7,000, but you're asking for a $4,000 increase.
211.
The one you're giving us back 7,000 on.
For this year.
For
He's
this
just-
year, you got 25, you got 21 left, and you're asking for 29 next year, which,
Can we make that 20?
That's what I was gonna suggest.
About 25.
Keep it at
Even though
About 20.
this is the clerk's budget, next year's gonna be a crazy year
at the
for
election.
supplies and stuff like that because of the election and some of the overrun,
okay,
you know, from running back and forth between the offices, grabbing pencils, pens, paper clips, everything else.
Just for the sake of going backwards, can we do 23?
Where did that come from?
Because it shaves $2,000 off the 2023 number. We're trying to knock out.
What is
$3
the balance on that line right now?
I got
No,
the-
office supplies.
211.
211.
16,971.
16,971.
which is gonna be 9,000, because you're
Yeah,
gonna
cause
get
I gave
7,000.
back part of that now.
Yeah, so yeah, mine is,
That's 7.
But he just said, he just gave a plausible excuse to why to keep it at 25, much as we're trying to cut.
No, I don't doubt it. I'm just
It doesn't
looking
hurt
for
to ask.
opportunities, yeah.
And it's gonna be an election year.
I have the same question on 198 part-time. What's the balance in part-time?
17,201.
so really 10,201, because he's given the 7
Right.
back.
Yes,
So will they, next year, will you require more part-time help?
Yes.
yeah.
Again, when we run
Leave it.
shorthanded with people, Bill, in the election room, let's say I get in 600 absentee ballots one day and we gotta process them because law requires that we process them that same day. I call out at the Justice Center and send me 3 girls or 4, well, somebody's still gotta do the job out there too, so that's where the part-time people step up and
I
take
guess
those
I'd
places.
leave both of those at 2023.
Well, my question on that part-time, if everything's gonna increase next year, you didn't ask for an increase. You kept it the
I
same.
think we're all right on it. I think we can get through it.
You gotta remember, he had excess in it for this year, he should anticipate next year's election being an issue.
And we won't, I mean, we'll only use what we have to. We'll get through it.
Yeah, and we,
Appreciate the give back.
you've done that. Okay, we leave those two the same at 23 levels?
Yeah, so Tanya?
Yes.
Let me know when you have a number.
So your numbers stayed the same,
Oh.
Jessica?
Sorry, I'm not using my computer.
Oh,
I was texting payroll.
no
Um,
problem,
I did my book.
you're fine. The number I came up with was 896, 491.
Good question, Jim. I was thinking the same thing. 25,000.
Yes, we're keeping the office supplies and part-time at the 23 number. So 30 for part-time and office supplies at 25.
They had to be.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
What's wrong with it? It's pretty even number. Yeah, exactly. Nothing's even in the book.
Nothing's ever an even number.
Yeah, I came up at 41, 46.
Gavin, yesterday, I was saying we needed you to bring your DJ equipment in here, so on these like breaks, we could have some sweet tunes. Oh, you were one of the 25 watching?
He was watching.
And you,
Oh,
I appreciate that.
I think we counted like 10 people in the room
Punching
watching.
calculators and doing stuff. The bank fees, you
Uh-huh.
transferred all of that to computers this year. Do you think you're gonna have bank fees less than what you budgeted?
So I got 23 now.
Lost the clerk's budget.
I guess what we're sitting here.
Line
double check this
394.
Added.
I'm sorry, what,
Something changed on that. I was told what it was. Because we had the budget for it, and then we didn't end up having to use it. So I don't know, that might be something that we might not even need. Well, we didn't request anything for, yeah, we did, same as, okay. As you can see there, I mean, to this point, we haven't spent a penny out of that bank fee number.
You transferred it all
So
out.
I think there was something that we thought we was gonna have to do on one of the accounts and, you know, through negotiation, we got rid of those fees, so.
are we saying we can get rid of them for next year?
And you know, it's either, you can take them out, and if I made a mistake, I'll have to come back and beg, transfer it out of some other line, or, you know, or give it back, or leave it in there and give it back to you at the end of next year. I don't, you know,
Yeah,
I'm negotiable. I can, whatever you wanna do.
So you're gonna give it back this year?
Yeah,
He's already
you're
transferred it.
You're gonna
It's
get
gone.
what I don't
Transferred
spend,
it
and I haven't
to
spent a
this
penny
year.
of it at this point.
Well, you transferred it out and bought computers
You
with
bought
it.
Oh, that's right, that's what we use for, that's where it's
So-
going to.
Can't give
So
it
that
back.
shows you that we haven't used it and didn't have any intent of using it, or we wouldn't have taken it out of there, so I can give it up for 24.
let's do it.
Thank you, Rick.
Which one is it?
Bank fees.
394. 3,600.
Okay.
So that's a zero.
Yeah. I'll change that number. That adjust that number to 892,891.
I have 623.
Okay,
You have 891.
yeah, let's go down the list.
$268.
That's weird.
996.
268. Isn't that amount? Isn't that amount of that girl who gets more?
All right, let's go down our list.
Yep, that's it. So what was that girl's number? 117. Let me check my
yeah.
117. Dot.
Jessica, what number did you say we're at now? While she's confirming.
We were at 892, 891 is what Jessica came up with.
289.
Do you have B17 as 33,570?
What'd you say, B what, 17?
B117, do you have 33,570?
Should be 838.
838.
Oh, that's what I got.
Okay, that's where it is.
Because that was the
More.
employee with longevity.
Let me adjust that.
Yep.
Eight nine two, 891.
Yep,
That's what,
we match.
that's the difference of 37.
Cool. All right, let's move on to election board, page 30.
Did you get this back? You stole it back from me. Did you get all that? Yeah.
You wanna start out talking about where we're at now, or do you wanna talk about the budget?
What do you mean?
Well, as we're sitting here today, in my, election account, I got $184,485.
What was that number again, Rick?
$184,485.20. This being a municipal election, we, the county, have to budget. You guys have to give me the funds to run the election, but at the end of it, then I am reimbursed by the municipalities. Give you an example, in the primary election, we spent about $144,000, and, we got $3,000 back from Eaton and $3,000 from Gaston, but we got $112,000 back from the city, and that's already been deposited into your account. At the end of this, I'm expecting to be able to give the county back $150,000
This year.
this year. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
So,
Is that accounted for already in our revenue?
No, and, I don't think so. We talked about the 112, Tanya and I talked about it. The 112 is because you actually have the money in your hand. And it goes back to you guys and goes to the general fund. It doesn't come to us. It goes right back in. But we haven't accounted for the other because I can't put an exact number on it. You know, I don't know how many absentee ballots I'm gonna need or how many, employee hours. And there's a part of that where I was kind of going with the primary. We spent 143, we probably recouped close to 120, because I do have some ongoing expenses in the election room that I can't bill out, so, you know, there's no way I can get you back that whole 184.
100% reimbursement,
Right,
but pretty
but there's
close.
gonna be a bunch of that money that's gonna come back and you guys will be able to use. And that's just in this one election cycle, because it is a municipal cycle, and we don't have any county people in it, so they have to pay us to do it.
So
So,
we've appropriated
The
sufficient funds to run the election.
Oh, yeah, the actual appropriation for the year was over $327,000. So, but I have that 184 left right now that I haven't spent.
And then there's gonna be an additional 150-ish.
Yeah, what'll happen, you know, the reason that's appropriated ahead of time is because I gotta go ahead and buy supplies and hire people and pay payroll before I can bill the municipalities. So I'll spend that out and then I'll get it back, you know, our expenses back when we bill them out.
So bottom line, how much does it reverts back to the general fund?
Percentage-wise, more or less,
Or I'm a dollar.
Probably about
or
95.
dollar-wise.
Yeah. I'm safe at saying we can get you back 150,000.
Okay.
How much should we budget for? One,
For the total year, 327.
so keeping track of our 2023 givebacks, I know his is, projected, but based off of his historical pattern set in the primary, pretty strong projections. Should I go ahead and write that 150 on our givebacks for 2023?
I don't think, I mean, we don't
Yeah,
have
my
a,
question was, I mean, it's gonna happen. It's not gonna, I can't give it to you today.
I know
You
that.
know, so.
Is that
but
already
For
figured in?
future.
yeah, we can't,
This year, he already gave 112.
112 is in the bank.
Back, it's a reimbursement,
Mhm.
and it was $112,000.
So by the time the election's over and it gets reimbursed, we'll already be in 2024, is that what you're
Right.
saying?
Probably, so we'll either be in December or January before you actually get it.
I don't think we can
Can't
count it
count
right
on
now,
it.
but
Can't
it's
spend it
nice
yet.
to hear,
Right.
we know, right?
But I won't
because
put it
my-
in my.
Correct,
All right.
yeah.
You are
Well, that's
gonna get
awesome.
it. You are gonna get that money back,
It
so
took a little bit to get that other back, I think.
they weren't too bad. That surprised
I
me.
mean,
They
it
paid
wasn't
faster this
awful.
time, yeah.
I'm thinking it took a little bit, so I'd hate to count on it for this year, you
they
know what
have
I mean? And it
Yeah.
to
goes
go through,
in
they have to
year.
get the bill and go through their processes.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's awesome.
There's been debate about postage, between the, not county commissioners and spreading it out and not spreading it out. You didn't budget for any,
Commissioners pay for my postage.
yeah, what they didn't ask.
Thank you, guys. Understand, Lisa.
Yeah.
Well, and there's
Okay,
not a line
everybody.
item for it now,
A
so you
line
can't
item,
add
that's
it.
because the auditor.
But what we were talking about, you know, the reason that came up the other day was because you guys were talking about how much you could save in postage, and in the off years, in the non-presidential years, we're not that bad, but in the presidential years, where you got everybody out working absentee ballots and all the paperwork that we have to process to get an absentee ballot ready to count, it's crazy.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
in 25, there's no election at all, so it's like a break,
Yeah.
you know, so,
but the assessor he put in a line for postage, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
yours is tight.
Well, and if that's the hopes of the commissioners moving forward, then we need to make sure that's communicated prior to people submitting their budgets, next year, so that that's all evened out more, balanced. So,
I have a question on
Okay.
these, I'm sorry, go ahead.
well, I just wanna make sure we're all starting on 23's budget on this one.
Right.
So, on this, as we go down this list, Rick, is there anything that like absolutely needs to be at the 24 request?
Okay, we're going over into the 24 request now, okay.
Well, we're using 23's, but is there, is there anything here that like absolutely, obviously, we've got like transcription fees are new and part-time is new in this, and if it's an election year,
And as Ryan and I talked the other day, you know, I have bumped up, you know, the election room commissioners and the election room workers. No raises, but I have bumped up the number of hours I have budgeted to pay them for, because there's gonna be a lot more work. So that's why those numbers are higher there. My part-time, you know, before, so I gave you back some part-time out of the, clerk's office budget, because I knew I had part-time over here that I hadn't budgeted for before. But I put that in based on what we learned in 2020, because,
so and then the transcription fees, that's part
the
of,
transcription fees, as I said, we didn't used to have a transcriptionist, but
gotta do the
I just-
typing.
I can't type.
Okay, so those two line items, 185 and 198, need to be at the 24 request.
Right.
My, question, Rick,
Well, actually, the payroll, you know, everything down to that point,
So you,
from like 102 down because of the,
workload,
as you can see, like on deputy commissioner, it used to be at 9,000, the 24 was at 15,000. Not because we're giving anybody a raise, but because we're budgeting for more hours. We're gonna have more hours of
right,
work.
more hours.
so on your one absentee voter board,
Hold
you
on,
haven't paid
yeah.
anything out of it. Is that an open position and nobody working that one? It's still at $5,000 as of June 30th.
That on the, and the reason that was during this primary, we had like 5 stops for the absentee voter board. What the absentee voter board is the group that goes out to the nursing homes, you know, somebody requests a ballot. We actually send the machine out there. We send 2 people to vote them. Municipal election wise this year, we didn't have that much request. Now, next year, what we do in the presidentials is we actually set up a polling station for one day in the nursing homes. You know, we'll have them get all of their people that's registered and I'll send the machines out there. And they make it an election day for that particular property.
So with us not spending any money out of that and you saying it's pretty low turnout, could you give back half of it?
Well, I don't know, but that would come back to you at the end of the year. I'm not comfortable cutting it right now,
Okay.
so,
And
We
then,
still have the election.
we still have the general to get through, you know, that, we had 10% turnout in that primary, that's
awful.
sad.
It
That's
was,
sad,
it
and
was,
we're hoping,
it was half of our record low before.
yeah,
It was
I mean,
worse.
we're hoping that people will wake up, come out in this municipal, and the last thing I need to do is not be able to service them if they do come out.
So, I don't wanna skip ahead here, but in keeping with the theme of what you're talking about, the same thing, those same workers you're having, your meals precinct has like $11,000 out of 1,500 and you upped it, or no, you kept it the same
Same.
at 15,000. Is that possible? Well, it'll be a presidential, so I'm assuming you're gonna wanna
Yeah.
keep that there.
See, and, you know, unlike the
Biggest
municipal, the
election.
presidential, we have to set up all the locations in the county. Every location we set up has extra workers,
Yeah.
and it just goes on and on and
It's
on.
our biggest out of the 4 years
It is the biggie.
is coming up, so, all right, well, never mind.
All right,
everything
so
I just said.
basically, so what you're saying is all the way down to part-time needs to be at the 24 level because of extra hours and the extra costs that come with a large presidential election year. We have no change in office supplies. The next big change,
Is legal services
well,
right there.
office supplies voter registration goes up 220% to $5,000. I mean, to $16,000. I'm sorry, it went from 516.
line item 212?
And there again, there'll be envelopes,
That's the kind, okay, for
all
like
the kind of
mailing
stuff we
and,
use. I figured it out the other day, and I don't know if I wrote it down or not. But you call in and you request an absentee ballot, you know, I'm Fred, I want to vote. Well, the first thing I have to send you is an application along with the self-addressed postage paid return envelope. So then we've got your request to get a ballot. So then, when the proper time comes, we mail you the ballot along with another postage paid return envelope. So there's 4 envelopes on most of those that we have to, you know, have to buy the envelopes, let alone the postage, you know.
okay, so then precinct worker meals stay the same, operating supplies stay the same. We see another jump in legal services, but we discussed that the other day.
Question on that, in those election disputes or either ballot disputes or whatever it might be, you were sued in your official capacity. Don't the commissioners have an obligation to defend you? Or do you hire independent counsel? How does that-
The election board hires the council and you're above my pay grade. Because at first I thought that, but then the election board, and I guess it's always been practices in the past, is that they have their own attorney. And then that attorney, of course, defends me or the election board or the election officials in any litigation that comes up there. But that's, you know, we've budgeted for that.
Okay, now it's showing a balance of 45,500.
We moved money in there, we did a appropriation to cover,
But what was our total budget plus additional appropriations for that line? How much have we spent? I guess that's my question.
What line was you on? Sorry.
311.
I was still.
If I remember right, we were reimbursed by the city on a lot of that because the city
Yes.
election was challenged.
Yes. Yeah, we did bill them when we did our appropriate, I mean, it was their election.
Well, they got 47,500 and they're down to 14,000 right now.
So they spent 33,000, but the city reimbursed some of that?
Mhm.
Do you remember how much the city,
I do not.
I believe
I
like
do not. We do it,
so the city did pay most of it?
well, that portion.
I'm sure we do a form, and I'm sure the attorney's bills were on that form, so I would say we got all of it back. There's no percentage on anything like that.
yeah, we made that appropriation in January.
We got a lot, we captured a whole lot more, money back this year than we ever had before because we were able to really budget what we put into it.
Yeah, they turned in a
That's a salary.
I don't know if you remember, Bill, but they had a list that was, itemized list, because I had concerns that it didn't actually break down the time spent
Right.
and stuff like that, but there was a kind of a vague itemized list for the attorney fees.
So the difference this year, this will not be a city election, so you will not get reimbursed. But there is such,
If it's a county
correct,
election
it'll be a county
dispute.
election, so if there's any,
If it were a township election dispute, presumably we'd bill the township, maybe?
I
Maybe not.
can't answer that.
But the 25,000 is just a guess, I mean, at this point.
Just in case.
I would
Hope I
make,
don't have to use it.
I'd make the recommendation to leave it at the 2023 levels, because this has really only just happened last year, right? I mean, it's not really been a thing every year.
There's
mean,
been
maybe a
litigation before, but, you know, last year was a big year for litigation.
Could we set it at 10?
I'd be okay with 10.
Make it a low guess instead of a high guess?
it's just, it's one of those numbers that I have absolutely no control over, and you know that better than I do. If we get into a case, you know, I don't want my attorney saying I can't go any farther, I'm out of money.
But you can never have too many attorneys.
Now, Bill,
Attorney,
I wasn't gonna tell any attorney jokes today, so I'm gonna.
So are we all okay with 10?
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
This is on 311.
Correct.
Down to 313 contractual. You raised it 15,000.
Yes, that goes up, but we pay Microvote, you know, they service all of our election machinery and keep us up to date, keep all the new software in there. We have No Ink, which No Ink is the company that does the poll pads, and we have MiFi, which does all of our hotspots for all of our elections. All of those machines come with a contract, so.
well, but aren't the new machines that you're asking for, aren't that not Microvote? Isn't that a different company?
No, that's Microvote.
Okay, so it's the same thing, so.
Yeah. But I think what Dan was asking is why it went up. Well, those contracts, you know, every year, it's a new contract with them, and,
All right, so precinct worker goes up because there's more precincts.
yes, ma'am.
Is that voter, voting stations dead as long as you're clerk now that we
Probably.
missed?
Until somebody wants to deal with me in good faith, I'm not gonna deal again. I'm
That's
tired of it.
unfortunate. I really was hoping we could get the,
I'll sit down at the
The
vote
table
centers.
any day, but I will no longer play games. It's either we sit down and do it, or I don't have time for you.
I don't blame you, there's a lot of wasted time on that.
We spent 2 years on that last thing, and that was ridiculous. That was such a waste of county money. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, people don't realize that. That costs us a lot of money for that.
Absolutely.
A lot of money.
A lot of hours working that. I mean,
All right,
don't get me
so,
going.
yeah, voter board stayed the same, traveling expenses increased, so what are we, it's just the traveling that goes along
Well,
with?
where we're gonna be at on that, whether or not we buy the new voting machines, the state is supplying us with new cases for the voting machines, because our cases are all falling apart too. The good news is state's paying for those. The bad news is they're huge. So we'll no longer be able to ask the precinct workers to bring the equipment back to us. You know, we deliver it now, starting as soon as the new cases go in, we have to also pick it up. So it's gonna basically double our equipment and our, you know, transportation costs, that sort of thing.
Okay,
Is that gonna delay the timing of getting the results? Cause it's gonna take you
No,
longer to
no,
get them back?
Yeah, you leave the
Okay.
cases there.
Yeah.
All you have to bring is the,
Give me a
you
card,
don't have to bring a stack of
Yeah.
paper ballots, you
Oh.
bring a little bitty tape.
Not, maybe,
red-
not
the red
yet,
bag.
maybe.
come on, Dan.
Oh, we're having fun. We had a discussion about this the other
yeah,
day.
it got real heated at lunch
Now,
and
Dan's
I
a big
was like,
proponent of paper ballots, and I agree with him.
I heard you was one like that.
there's colorful language and, we moved on.
Oh,
I
great.
can't-
I changed the
that.
subject. All right,
Printing went up 500.
no, we're transporting machines and travel expenses, they both went up. Right?
Yep.
So, we talked about the transporting of machines, so what was the traveling expenses?
Traveling expense more or less, to and from schools,
Okay,
bring different.
Printing went up 500.
election year.
Yes,
It's an election year, yes.
You say to and from schools. Do you have schools in mind that you're wanting to go to?
but we have one mandatory school in December.
Okay.
That'll be coming up for that election, and as things, if anything changes mid-year, we gotta go to that. And we bill it kind of as traveling expense, because a lot of that stuff's one day. We do everything we can online, you know, because it's just, you know, there's no sense in having people running all over the state, but there are times that we have to go.
Is it just now becoming mandatory? Cause you didn't have anything last year for it.
As far as the traveling expenses
Yeah.
go, what we did last year was we kept it in the clerk schooling.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right, thank you for that.
You have a little increase in legal publications.
Yep.
What causes that increase? Do you have,
Because of there again, the number of, the volume of things we have to print,
Okay.
you know, we now have to print a new form, for voters' Bill of Rights that's in Spanish. And,
Mm.
you know, we have to have a
Okay.
certain number of those in each precinct, and, you know, they have to be available to every voter that requests them, so.
Yep. Equipment repair stayed the same. Polling places obviously goes up because there's more. Schooling stayed the same, and then office machines stayed, or zero. Now
into
we're
the
down,
biggie.
we're down to the biggies. We're down to the voting machines, which Rick came and spoke to council a few months ago. And then the voting printers, so
So,
pretty salty.
yeah,
in a
Bill
year like
asked me a
this.
question the other day about is there any way we could break down the payments? So I reached out to Microvote. If you remember, they offered us, 2 years interest-free.
Yes.
They have now raised that to 3 years, if we can go ahead and do it. So that would change the amount of money that we need up front.
Is that 670 the total?
670 if we bought them all, yeah.
So you're saying we can spread that out over 3 years?
Yeah, so what is that, about 2 1/4?
2,300 years, somewhere around there?
They did the same on the printers, put that on a 3-year plan also, or?
They won't do that on the printers.
Okay.
You know, on the printers, I almost feel like, you know, if we really pinch pennies and stuff like that, we could find it, you know, maybe I wouldn't have to do as much, of one thing or another, and I could transfer it from other places in my budget. I need the printers. Our printers are older than our equipment, our voting machines. So, and I don't think that's a make or break number. The decision, the big number, the big decision is gonna be on these voting machines.
Well, no, I just
Yeah,
was curious.
yeah, I appreciate that, you know.
The 36,
We don't wanna spend any more than we have to.
the 12,000 here, one, we're already spending 22,000 at this point.
You know,
So that takes that, if we were to do that 3-year plan, hypothetically speaking,
22,334.
yep,
you know,
$223,334.
I've watched almost every elected official get up here and cut down to the last eraser. And I don't wanna be anybody that, you know, goes against that stuff. I'll do without them if you have to, but our elections have become so contentious. We argue over everything. I don't want an election machine to be a problem, especially in a presidential election. And I need this equipment, so.
And I was busy over here mathing. That's
Did
when
you
my
say
work,
napping?
mathing and such.
Develop
Did
that
I?
Napping earlier.
I
New words.
could, I could use a nap. Well, not right now, but here in a bit. Voting printers, did you say you absolutely needed that 36? Cause you need
He
the
said that
printers?
you
What-
really
what-
need the
you know,
36 more so than the
if-
voting
if-
machines.
You know, I think you could cut that as long as you're friendly with me. If I come in January saying, you know, we're gonna transfer $12 here and $50 here and come up with about 68 transfers that come to $36,000.
Well, just so you know, this year, my New Year's resolution was to
You're
say,
not gonna do any
say
transfers,
no
right?
more often.
Right.
Next year, my New Year's resolution
I
is
thought
not
maybe you
do
were gonna say you was gonna
transfers.
talk less.
First quarter, no transfers for me, first quarter, right?
Well, no,
I
it
figured I
is,
should tell you that.
it's a shorter word, so.
Shorter words,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Uh,
All right, so what are the thoughts here, council? I mean, are we looking to, you know, do we want to implement these vote machines? We all had, except for Jim, he didn't have the opportunity to go play around and look and touch and feel because he wasn't with us yet.
but Jim liked them, his previous predecessor liked them.
Well, yes, yes.
Jim's been around. Jim knows the equipment.
With a new one that when
Yeah,
we
he
came
just
down
didn't get a
after a
touch and
council
see
meeting
the
and
new
got
one.
to play with, yeah, and see and whatnot. So is this a decision, like, we're in such a pickle right now that I'm just curious where everyone stands.
I'm curious, I don't want to put you on the spot. Shannon, is there anything available in edit or elsewhere that could help us on these voting machines?
$2.
Dollars from Shannon,
That's a,
take all we can get.
We'd have to, will that be something?
You know, there is too, and I don't want to cloud the situation. I think we need to make a decision, but, I have been working closely with Secretary of State's office, and they are going to have some grant money. And we are in line, hopefully, to be able to get some of that. I don't know whether it's gonna be $100 or $1,000 or, you know, Ed saw the amount of it, but
Like
I
two
don't know how
point
they're
three
gonna break it
million or
down.
something that I saw, I got an
Yeah.
email that said that they have
So,
some grants,
and,
but divide that over 92 counties. and
yeah,
it
you
gets
divide it
full
over,
real quick.
we're in excellent shape to get some of it, but I just can't put a,
We
you
don't know how
can't-
much
No,
nor when.
yeah, right.
Well, for me personally, out of all the voting machines, the ones he's talking about are the best that I've seen that I've used. That's why I like voting early downstairs, because they have those machines. My personal preference, if we had to have them, those are the ones to get. I'm against the voting machines. I don't trust the voting machines. You know, I want to do the paper ballots. But even with that being said, I think it's hard to do it this year on these. I love, if it ends up happening, those are the ones to have, but.
Why don't we leave it in at 223 and then, for the council, take that under advisement and see whether or not that's something we can do or not
That's
do.
something we might have to, we.
Do you guys know where you're at now? I mean.
No, that's what he-
that's what he
not fair
suggested.
question. You know, I mean,
It's something we could leave in for
About
now
3
and
million
maybe
over.
have to cut it later, Rick.
I'd be agreeable to that. Or, I mean, what are your guys' thoughts?
Commissioners might.
Yeah, I'd put in
Madam
the.
President.
the
Just
first
to answer your
third
question, yes,
and
we know where we're at. We're about 3
Maybe
million
zero
over.
out printers for now.
Still gotta cut 3 million.
Would you be okay with that, Rick, if we just,
I was,
at the moment, if we go ahead and put in 1/3 for the voting machines and then take out the printers for now, and then we'll see where we come up and if we need to work, and if you have some time to talk to the commissioners,
36.
you wanna get that? You wanna take that for us? 36? You got.
Let's get your checkbook.
Dennis, you're picking up the check.
If I hit the lottery, I'll consider contributing.
You play ball here a little bit? Okay,
Thank
great,
you.
thank you.
Our plan is to leave the 230,
223.
223 in for now. We might end up cutting it with our final budget. I mean, that's where we're
you
at.
guys gotta do what you gotta do. You know,
And we
I've been
appreciate
there,
all you've
I know
done.
where you're at. I wanna tell
Got
you
here.
too,
Your
that
budget's pretty slim.
you guys are doing an amazing job this year, and I'm not, but I could use those machines, but, no,
Yeah.
I've been there, I've been where you're at, and I'm, you know, the whole county this year, I've watched those videos, I've had a sleepless night over this year. This, pretty much 99% of our government is working great in Delaware County, and we should be proud of that. I'm proud of you guys.
Well, it works because of everyone in this
Yeah,
room.
Which
it's
videos do
everybody.
you watch?
Huh?
Which videos?
Very first one, and if you want to watch the last part of the first day, and then you'll see why I lost sleep one night.
Yes. So you did watch longer than 3
Rick.
seconds.
We have one more question from the auditor.
I may be wrong, but I thought there wasn't a statute passed that required all the voting machines to have printers during going.
Well, yes, but we have printers. They're just
All-
antiques.
all the voting machines.
Our antiques will work. You know, we own 72 of the world's slowest printers. And you'll hear us refer to that in every election school. You know, and those of you who have run a precinct and are tired at night trying to get out of there and that thing's going.
Rick,
The little-
did I understand you correctly to say if we got the machines and got the printers, that you would find through the course of next calendar year, $36,000 for us to pay for those?
There's you know, we always have, I try my best to project a budget as close to what I need. But I'm pretty careful not to
It's like
underestimate.
buying new computers and putting old software in it.
I mean, he gave us back 24 this year on the
On the clerk side.
On the clerk side, which kind of goes back to the general, which is where we're at.
We're not gonna waste any money. But what I was getting at, Jim, with that is, you know, if you gotta cut that 36, I still want them. So probably,
Next year you'll be back.
at the first of the year, I'll be coming in saying, you know, can we transfer 20 out of this account and out of that account to put together 36,000 to go ahead and buy
But the commissioners are gonna look into it.
them. I got friends in low places.
Nice.
At least you have friends. I'm not sure we have any up here.
We're just in low places.
Dan, it's just budget meetings, that's when.
Yeah.
I know. It's a tough job up here. I mean, my fellow council members and I have a very difficult decisions to make.
Absolutely you do.
He knows, he's sat up here before.
Me and Ron.
Sorry.
Yeah?
So what I have
Mike-
now
Mike Jones.
for the election board is the number I have, so write this down, we'll see what you get.
Well, hang on.
Yep.
Are we doing a third at 223, 333?
34, we're gonna round it up to 34.
Okay.
Round up.
We're holding off on the printers though, right?
Yeah, we're gonna see what Shannon comes up with, besides the $2 he already offered.
That we're gonna take.
So the number I come up with at this moment is 639,534. And right now, just for everyone's information, the number that departments have cut within this year in 2023, we're at $99,075.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, that's really great. Actually, that's really great.
Yeah.
There we go. That's,
It
that's
really
a better
is.
reflection
See you
for
there,
that.
Setting a trend.
That's really great.
That's what I have as well.
Okay, perfect. Look at that.
You come up with 350, 34, older.
Yep.
And off of 2024, that looks real good, because that's like.
That's a big cut with
$500,000.
that. Yeah, cutting those down to 3 payments. So I'm glad we were hopefully able to do that. So
Rick, if we do end up getting new voting machines, when can we expect to first use them?
Well, the,
Particularly voting machines.
depends on when I can commit.
That's still a lot.
If
I understand
it
when
gets
that
into the
votes.
first of the year before we can commit, the primary is a possibility. If somehow, prior or before the end of this year, you guys have your budgets that you find, that you can find the money in there, and maybe I can go to the commissioners in November and ask them to agree to a contract with Microvote that pays next year, we can get them started building so I could guarantee to have them for the primary. I definitely can have them for the general of next year, but it's just all, of the 92 counties, I'll venture to say that 60% are putting new machinery in this year, putting in the new voting machines. And of that 60%, Microvote represents 85% of those counties. So they're light years ahead of everybody else.
well, as of right now, our budget adoption is published as Friday, September 29th.
Yeah.
At 3 p.m. So
So see if-
we'll have numbers then.
That would give me something to work with at that point, to go to them and say, okay, you're in the budget. you know.
What's the date?
September 1,
It's on your agenda.
It's on your agenda.
Okay.
September 29th at 3, we're supposed to be here to vote on this. Gives the auditors time.
If we
to
may.
fix everything.
I
What's that,
got a
Brianne?
check
I see
back from payroll,
Yes.
and we have a correction to make
Back in the
on
clerk.
the clerk's 125
All
fund.
right, let's go back to that real quick.
When
Can't
would the
find
first
it.
payment be due once a contract is signed?
What page is that,
Hold on,
Tanya?
hold on.
We got to make a deal that it'd be after the first of the year, because I can't spend money.
Would it be before we get the machines though? That's why I'm,
I had her check on both, just because I was, making sure. I had her check on D 118.
Okay, hold on.
And that is fine, what we have.
All right, hey, guys.
thank you.
Sorry,
You're okay.
sorry, teacher.
Had to get your attention. On B what?
D,
D 118 was correct at the 33,466.
Okay,
Okay, however, D 126, the amount he had on his sheet
uh-huh,
is correct at 33,466
okay.
rather than the 33,366.
It's $100 off.
126.
33,466.
All right.
And then that made our
Seven.
total 892,991.
Give me just a second. 3, 3, 4, 6, 6.
And that pays that 37,806.
Just for the council to,
And you said, Tanya, 892,991.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you get that?
What were you saying, Ryan?
I was just giving, keeping up with the reference of
Oh,
just,
did you want?
I'll run the score so everybody's aware. Between the clerk and election board, that added $388,640.
Figured I'd make sure I did.
But you have to remember, the whole budget request came in like almost 7 million higher than 23, so we're
Yeah.
doing good here. We're getting there. We're working on it.
Frustratingly slow, but.
It is,
It is what it is.
correct.
We're on 52 now.
I'm not, maybe you are.
Are we headed for 52?
Okay, I think we're good on
I think we're good on the vote.
elections now, so let's head over to page 52.
Perpetuation?
I know, see, you got 279,000 in your fund.
Yeah, but I can't give you any of it, Ryan, I'm
I
sorry.
know, I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah. The good news there, you know, we have taken one employee out of there, worked together with council to reward my employees some, and we help with the freight on that. And we are going to be able to fund that. You know, at the time we talked about it, I was asked several times, how long are you gonna be able to do that? Well, we're gonna be able to do it long past when I'm gone. So, that's a good thing for my office and a good thing for the county council.
So going back to the 2023 budget for salaries, does the FICA and PER stay the same then? Or do we need to take?
Yeah, and you
those-
know, we did, of course, it's not gonna do you guys any good, I don't think, to cut anything. I was looking at that last night and noticed, that we're not using that health insurance money out of there. Evidently, this employee
Doesn't take it.
doesn't take it. I don't wanna completely cut it out, cause
No,
mid-year,
because
you
if you
change
get someone
employees
else,
and,
you want that in there, that's fine. So I'm just trying to go through to make sure if we stick with 2023 numbers, so the salary stays the same, does FICA and PER increase? No.
And see, that's one of those base salaries that we
Should
talked
stay
about
the
earlier.
same.
No,
So
Ryan.
health insurance, we wanna go with the 24 number only because if something were to happen and they take the family, right? So,
Jessica,
yeah.
could I just recommend that we just go with the 2024 number? If it's in his perpetuation
But
fund,
this is one person who works with all the other employees in his department. I mean,
Get the raise and
I get that, but that goes back to what I said yesterday, and I understand that, and it's gonna leave some people frustrated, but I don't want us to get in a position where we're holding back progress on certain accounts that we can do, just in the name of equity
We've-
and fairness to
we've already
everyone.
done that with some of the other departments that have one employee that's like, the recorder's office, right? We didn't increase their salaries in their perpetuation. They stayed the same as the rest of the employees in the office.
Just think it may compound next year when we go to do this, and those folks want to get their raise, maybe this employee could be left off then, so it'll all even out eventually. I just hate to put us a year further back when we can do it now. Is what I'm getting at, and I get it sucks to be the guy sitting next to the other guy or gal, and that person got it, and you didn't, and there's no winners in this, but man, I hate to just hold us back when we can do it. It's only gonna compound and get worse, and we'll be in the same situation we were in with the $1,000 across the board raises, and everybody's, pay isn't keeping up with.
Well, I don't think we're gonna go back
cost of
to
living.
across the board raises like that, at least not with this group, so.
I appreciate your concern, Ryan. I do have a question on the title of this particular person. Is that title
That title
correct?
is wrong.
What would you recommend the
Should
title
just
be?
deputy clerk is all that should be, that if the state would see that voter registration part on there, I would be in deep doo-doo.
Registration.
maintenance fees about,
This is outside of
Oh,
county general,
you know,
outside of
Those,
it.
those are
like,
outside of county general,
he-
Dan,
We're
but
just
you know, we're
renaming-
talking
we're just
about
taking the
buying
name off.
the,
What are we doing on, what are we doing
Dan,
with this,
he's talking to you.
with the budget?
You know, that's gonna be an expense, we're gonna have to move that, we're gonna have to buy file storage for that, we're gonna have to buy anything we need to make that secure, for those confidential files that will be held within. So that's where that money is at. Like Jess said, it won't help you guys in county general, but that's why that money is in there.
I guess I wanted,
Shelley, that,
For them.
those containers, the one I'm buying is used, $2,500, not 25,000. Yeah, Now, has $500 to move it, which they'll move it. It weighs 67,000 pounds, so we can't move it. No, I can't pull it with my truck.
All right, so if we're keeping from health insurance down at
Wait a second.
24, what's,
Dan just nudged me, I just woke up. What do we do with the,
that's exactly what I was getting ready to talk about. So I have everything from health insurance down at the 24 request and everything above at 23. Ryan is proposing that we give this one individual out of Rick's department a salary increase.
I disagree.
Let's
I'd agree with Jim on this one.
go with Jim.
I would leave it at 23.
All right,
Let's leave it at 23 for now.
all right. So that then,
Storage rental, she keeps dropping out.
Sorry, Ryan.
Oh, that's all right.
Win some, lose some.
Hey, that's the way it goes. It don't affect me. I'm just trying to think ahead.
so that gives me a number of,
Oh, they did.
oh, where'd I just go? Clerk's
fine.
fund, okay, here we go. I have 104,276.
That's what I have.
Perfect.
I like these short and easy.
I know, right?
What'd you come up with? I apologize.
It's fine, 104,276.
I know this isn't in general, but there'd be another question for you, Rick.
Yes, sir.
On the balances on everything from health insurance down, not a single penny's been taken out of it, it looks like.
Right.
Can you explain
That's what
that
Emily and I was just talking about.
Can you just explain that quickly, why?
It was just 3 things.
This employee doesn't
Changed.
need health insurance,
Okay.
but our health insurance is included in the commissioner's budget.
Is that what you got?
Same way on all my employees. See how much, these guys are great.
Okay. You got it? 104,276.
All right, are we all good now on with the clerk? I hear silence, I take that as a yes, thank you, Rick.
Thank you, guys.
All right, moving on to airport, this was the budget that,
On a piece of paper here on the side.
yep, that Tim Beatty came and spoke to us about. It's outside of our budget books, it's this sheet right here,
Find it.
okay?
I remember seeing it. Yes.
Basically, all we do on this one is approve. He's got the money, he can only spend what he has, it's outside of our, county general, outside of max levy.
I guess we're moving on from that one.
Oh, well, I guess I just need to hear, are we all good with this one?
Yes.
Great. All right, third page.
Woo-hoo.
Emily, you're up for a bit.
Good
Start off-
morning.
Good morning.
Back to Emily.
We start off on page 49.
I know on the first day that we cut everything back to 23, but I want to revisit the CASA director. I really would like to fight for that pay raise for her, which is, C101.
I don't even see it on here. Which, are we on 49?
On page,
Yeah.
The very last
Oh,
one.
it's the very bottom.
C101, program director. I will remind you that she gets half of her program of grants. Grant writing is not any, it's very time consuming. She does all the volunteer stuff, which is outside of normal work hours. And I feel like she deserves more money, and she's very underpaid comparably, and has been for a while. But everything else we took back to 2023.
Health insurance has to go up, correct?
yes.
Yeah. Let me look at my clock.
Short-term disability,
I
yeah.
was gonna say,
The others went
which one are
down,
we
so-
using for 2024's left.
Yep, so,
Well, I think it was miscalculated last year. Let me pull my, I've got that right here.
So we'll go with 24 then.
I pulled it from the numbers that was given to me this year. Sorry, there's so many. Let me find the right one. Here we go. 12. So health insurance, the increase is because of the 10%,
Mhm.
and 2 of them are employees' children. That's how I got that rate.
Okay,
I'm just making sure we were going with that.
Yep.
yeah, we have to on all the
Yeah,
health
we
insurance.
about have to, that's,
Same thing with the longevity.
well, wait a minute, let's get,
Well, we had one person that we forgot that we left off, remember? And we had to bring her on last year with an appropriation out of her funds.
Yeah, I got 700 appropriated in 2020.
Well, let's just make sure we're on the same page. So we went up on health insurance, we went 24 number on the life insurance because it was lower.
No, it's the same.
Life's the same.
I mean, I'm sorry,
Talking
life's the
about short
same,
term.
I'm talking about I'm sorry, the
Short
short
term.
Short
term.
term, I went with the numbers that was given to me from the auditor this year and did 10%. That's what I came up with.
All right, we say 23's part-time.
Part-time, we raised the rate to the appropriate amount, so
Oh,
that's
so that does need to go up,
it's a rate change, not a,
not an increase.
Right.
Said we're going with 2023,
Four-
Jessica, on
Four on the,
short term?
24 on the short term, yes,
yeah, short term is
24.
correct.
Okay,
Less
all
one.
right.
sorry.
So part-time's 22, 620.
Short term, I redid 5 million times because I knew it was lower.
All right, so your part-time 15 stays the same,
same.
longevity decreased because someone left?
So it
it
increased.
increased.
Oh, I'm sorry, good
Remember, I
grief.
had that
Yep.
person we forgot about in 23, we had to bring on,
Yep,
plus the other one got 100 increase.
all right, and then 23's number on the coordinator, and now you are back to the program director, and she's been with us like 24 years.
Oh, no, she's been with us since, 2000, let's see, well, she did, because she started part-time.
Okay,
As a very young, so she started part-time. Full-time, she's been here 16 years. But part-time, I think she was here like almost, I think 20-some. She started in the office part-time underneath Jeff Hansard, who's now our chief probation officer. And when he moved over to probation, she became the CASA director.
I think this is just a good time to point out the fact that what she's proposing is the exact same thing that I proposed in the budget just before this one. And you guys all voted me down because you said you didn't want to give one person in the same room a raise and not give it to everyone else.
But other budgets have been given raises to office managers and
I made
chief
that argument a
deputies.
minute ago.
I know,
But the precedent was
so
set.
I'm gonna fight for my directors too.
The difference is there are multiple deputy clerks. And we would be giving a raise to one deputy clerk, but not to
And
other deputy clerks. There's
not
only
person
one
with the same
program
title.
director.
Doing the same job. That's the.
well, and just like the other, lady, I believe in the public defender's office that was under 30, that was one employee, we got to 30, but to Bill's point, it was someone with the same job title, only one person with the same job title getting that rate.
So technically, they do the same work.
And I would even say that we're willing to say that a 7.8% increase is with what the state did.
What does that put, what is the 7.8?
I can tell you, because I did a budget for that, 1 second. That would be, 43,460, oh, no, I didn't do hers, because I left her at the same, I'm sorry, I do not have that.
All right.
amount. I
We'll
left her
math
at-
it.
I got 3387 would be the increased amount. If you add that 43,423, that is 46,810.
And she does fall under that lit tax as well, she's county, or she's court
Yeah,
staff.
50% of her salary is reimbursed, right?
Well, she gets a match. She's a match. She gets a
Grant.
match grant. Mm-hmm.
So 50%,
50%.
right?
It's usually 50%, yeah. With these funds. Yes.
Where we at on 101, please?
We're all thinking
That's
about,
what they're calculating. So I-
no, we already calculated, now we're just thinking, I mean,
So what, I'm sorry, what's the new calculation
Well,
number?
it depends,
if you went with the 7.8, which is what the other, courts, individuals got through the state, that was the rate they went at, that would make that request $46,810.
I'm in favor of it.
And approximately half of that is
It's a
Reimburse-
match grant for this
my
budget.
match grant.
Mhm. From the state.
which is 23,405 at 50%.
I guess I'm gonna stay consistent with the same argument I made 10 minutes ago. I don't wanna hold back employees if we have an opportunity to do it. I don't like, I mean, this is different because it's in the
It's
county general
correct.
fund, but, you know, I'm gonna say anyone who can get a raise, get a raise. But I don't like the publicity of it, but
Big issue is if the money's there,
Right.
and right now, the money's not there.
Even with the matching grant, or half of the grant, the non-granted portion.
Could we leave it in and fight this for another day?
Put it in at the 46,810 and then
Revisit it.
revisit?
I'm all
Well,
right with that.
before we do that, I just want to point out, we got a lot of fights coming up in the coming days. We've put off a lot of stuff. It's gonna have to keep going back.
Brian, we know,
Yeah.
we're gonna finish today.
Well, Ryan, then which side of the fence are you on this one then?
I would be content, you know, I made my argument that, I don't wanna see anyone get held back, but to your point, if we don't have the money, I'm perfectly fine with not doing it as well.
They're on
Oh,
both
yeah,
sides of the fence.
I
I just wanna make sure.
I would be perfectly fine with saying not doing it.
One leg each side.
No, I made it very clear, I'd be perfectly fine not doing
It
it.
would be nice if we could all give the raises.
And this is one we would need to adjust, since we took the other person back to 2023. If we do go a little bit more with this one, we'll need to redo the FICA and PERF.
Right, and that's kind of what was gonna happen after today, when we wrap up going through this. We'll take a few days off and give you time to do your work and your other jobly duties that you have outside of budget, and reconvene, so. And then we'll have a better idea, Ryan, where we've got to start making those tough decisions, but I'm okay with putting in the 46,810 for now. And I believe I've heard the agreement from other council members on that, is that correct? For now?
I think we just also need to bear in mind, at the 2023 level, that half reimbursement, and getting the 2024 half reimbursement, I don't know what the difference is there, but it has to be, again, whatever the difference in that half between the two there is, right?
Like
$1,700.
$1,700. So what is that new number then?
Yep, stand
keeping
by.
it?
Fresh. That makes that number, at least what I have. I have 216,745. See if Tanya comes up with the same.
Then we going
Okay.
with the 46,810, like basing it on that, you mean?
Yes.
So we go with it, yeah.
What'd you say?
Oh gee, I just switched tabs.
216,745.
216,745, yep.
I didn't come up with that.
What did I miss?
I've got the 38,206, 11,433, 340, good grief, 434, 13,422, 32,7.
Oh, okay, you know what, I didn't adjust the FICA and PERF because
We didn't either.
less on one and more
Yeah.
on another, and I hadn't done the adjustment for that.
I just kept it at the 23 number.
Okay. Well, let me do that and see if I come back to the
Do you want to
same.
finish and see if we match up everywhere else, or?
216,745. That's with keeping the 2023 FICA and perf.
Which these numbers will all have to
Have to
adjust.
adjust a little bit due to that increase on that person.
But it's a guesstimate, right?
Right.
All right, we good on 49? Head over to 81.
Said, what, did you say 89,
Yes, 81.
81?
81.
This is a grant, so she has what she has and she spends what she has and that's it. I will warn you, just so next year you're not surprised, they have taken and taken and taken from this fund and that's why it's only $28,000. This used to have hundreds of thousands of dollars in it, but because council kept taking from it to fund her program, you see it has about 28,000. This probably will not have any money like next year.
All right, we all good with the, 24 request?
Yep.
Great. We'll move on to 97.
This is another grant, a matching grant for her VOCA, which is on back. So part of their salaries is paid out of this grant.
Yeah, split from another grant. whatever
Right.
that was.
The next 3 pages are all, the 90, I don't know what page you're on, my pages are different.
We're on 97.
97 and 98 are matching grants to 99.
All right,
So they're all intertwined.
we're all good with page 97, page 98.
Good on 24 levels for 98, 99.
Yep, 24 levels, yeah.
Yeah. Is that it for CASA?
That's it for CASA. Title 40 court is the next one.
All right,
I
hold
wanna
on.
give Tanya a chance to catch up,
And myself,
and Jessica.
yes, thank you. Do we need to take a break, Jim? All right, let's just take like 5 minutes then. Probably all the above.
Now, I will never complain about Fred's $3,000 chairs ever again.
Our chairs when I was in the office, our chairs were like $800-900 a piece.
Oh, yeah, that, you know,
But you sit there all day and.
some people kind of pick on Fred for renting a chair. I think it's most,
Well,
I
and
think it's super
the
smart.
nice thing, so our desks in the office were adjustable and our seats were all customizable. So the first thing you do is you would get all ergonomic in your seats, everything at the right position, and then you get the desk at the right position, and then you would adjust your monitor. So it was like you start with the chair to get everything ergonomic. And so like my desk was like clear down here because my chair was low because I have my seat at everything at a 90 degree. I'm not at a 90 degree angle now. I have a footrest again.
Yeah, you know, there's people who love to make fun of Fred or talk about it.
Yeah.
I think it's smart. Them guys are in them chairs, they flat wear them out.
I know. All right, auditor's office, are you guys ready?
Just a minute.
Just a minute, okay. All right. Where are we? Courts.
Page 2, correct?
Page 2.
This is the 4D court, which is 66.6 reimbursement. And I'm gonna fight for the master commissioner position. Don't know if you remember me talking about that position, but he is the judicial officer who is paid less than we believe he should be paid. Now he's paid half out of this budget, half out of county, or out of the court budget, our other court budget. So his total base currently is 84,946.
104, is that what we're talking about?
And that is 104, yeah.
That's a pretty solid salary, 84.
It's,
We've had
for a
that,
judicial officer, it is not. You remember that sheet I gave you where it shows what a magistrate makes, and
Yeah.
it's a lot less.
I know, but I go back, every time someone says that, I go back to, we're 49th out of, or 89th out of 92.
But we have a magistrate in the
average
same
median
county
household income.
making that much money.
Yeah. Say what, repeat that.
We have a magistrate, our juvenile magistrate makes that much money in our county,
So how'd that happen?
because that's paid by the state.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we all know the state ain't got no sense. We can't go lose our minds because they have.
I understand,
So-
we're also requesting that master commissioner position
We're trying to give that to a
be
magistrate.
elevated by the
Remember,
legislature. Next
Right.
year,
I remember
they-
that. Yeah.
It
Next
went
year, they
into
should be
summer
making
study,
those
right? Because
decisions.
I believe, if I recall correctly, I had a conversation with our senator, and he was saying that this was like a statewide review of magistrates, because instead of necessarily adding, they were going to look about readjusting.
Workload,
And
they're looking
so,
at workload.
and so like maybe they would take one from a county over here, and then we would maybe add one here, but they were going to take a comprehensive view of the whole
The whole
state's
state.
magistrate program. And so that's I believe it was in summer committee
Yes,
this year, so
Right.
that's kind of where that stands.
Right.
Okay.
correct.
Our weighted caseload would indicate that we're understaffed.
Because the council prior was in favor.
Right, we had written correspondence from the Muncie Bar, from you, the council, and from commissioners in support of magistrate.
Mm-hmm.
But we can't do anything until they get done with what they're doing at the state level.
Tim, again, for 7 years, he is a full-time judicial officer. And again, I think
I think we put in a request for 10% on an increase
Mhm.
on his salary, which would bring it up to 93,440, compared to the master, or the, magistrate's,
I think it's
Salary of,
135 for magistrate,
well, it's 142.
142.
um, as a result of the 7.8% increase. So with, his salary actually being, half of it, or 66% reimbursement of half of the 4D, budget salary that he's paid. The overall increase that we have requested, using that 10%, which would bring his salary up to, what, 90, I think it's 93,440. It would amount to a 7% overall increase to the general fund, or the county, portion of that. So,
It's actually a 65-75 increase because of the reimbursement.
Where's the other
overall.
half coming out of?
The court's budget, because half of his time is spent in Fort
Right.
Lee Court through the week, and half of his time is spent in other courts covering hearings.
So just, so I'm assuming this,
This is half of his
it's the same
salary.
increase on that budget too.
Yes.
So when I'm looking at this, it's not a $4,000 increase, it's a $8,500 increase.
8,500, and if you take in the 66% reimbursement out of this, it's actually a $6,500 increase overall for the county general,
which is, calculates as 7%.
which
would be-
in essence is 7% for his salary increase.
And again, he falls under the definition of a judicial staff position under the new legislation, providing for the lit tax. Specific lit tax for paying, county judicial staff, positions.
Our only, Your Honor, our only issue with that is, we may not have that money next year. But if we enact it now, we won't get it. So we gotta figure out how to pay for it with current money. And if we get the lit, we can, just FYI. That's what we're
Well,
looking at.
Right, and I'm sure you've run the numbers on that, what a 1/100 of 1% tax rate would raise, for that specific fund. You know what that is?
On a median household income of 46, should it come out to like $8 a month? Is that what we were
Something like
talking
that.
about, I think?
I think that's what we said. And once again.
I guess
I
the
guess we
question
want to
is.
know what the revenue
The-
would bring
the
in.
revenue stream from a 1/100 of 1%.
Ben had all the numbers, and unfortunately, he's not with us today, but I think back to what Dan was alluding to is what we were taught at our, or what we reviewed at our statewide county council meeting back in June, was that these local income tax, these lit taxes had to be advertised and everything by like August 31st to go into effect that next year, and obviously we're past that deadline, so there was
Ask
some.
why we didn't do it,
Well, let me just speak.
It just went into effect.
July 1st.
Right, and we were just learning about it at the end of June,
I'm
so-
just asking questions.
Yeah, it's all brand new to all of us, so we're still learning. There were other things that we learned during that training that had just come into effect on July 1st too, because it's more like a review of all the legislative update of sorts, and then going into also too, with some of the lit taxes, we have like a lit board that makes up, and this one, because it's a county court, lit increase, I don't believe it has to go before that board, so we're still just trying to figure, Ben's been
still
doing a lot of
learning.
investigative work,
So
so,
Yeah.
is the lit, and I'm just trying to ask questions.
yeah.
Is the lit tax you only can enact that during one part of the year? So once that August date was gone, that's it? You can't do it again until next
That's a
year?
deadline.
I mean, it's the deadline, that's what I'm asking. So you can't do that again until next year, next August?
I think the deadline is August, so we could try, if we were to, hypothetically speaking, if we were to agree to something like that, we would have until August for it to make the following years. And I think depending on, I don't know, and maybe you know this, Ben made some comment that at a certain time it could go into effect by October?
October. I think that's what he
So
said.
Ben and I talked yesterday, I've sent emails to the LGF asking for the deadlines, because there's multiple different types of lists. This is a new one, we're not sure of the deadline on that one. That may be possible to be done this year, take effect January 1, we just don't know yet. We're not gonna respond from DLGF, Ben and I are working on it, he looked up the legislation, it's not clear. So because of that, I hate to give you an answer and mislead you in the direction that.
Right.
And
What
that's the
is-
reason we're hesitant to say we can do
Sure,
that.
I understand
Well,
that.
I'll go further than that. I'm
but-
not hesitant to say we can do that. I said it the other day, regardless of the deadline, regardless of what we can do, I'm not voting to raise any tax, let alone a lit tax, wheel tax, an income tax. I'm not doing it, period. Especially not to increase salaries for someone else.
But-
I'm not
so-
putting a tax on the backs of the working people in this community.
So how do you run
To
a government
increase
without
someone else's
taxes? How do you run a government without, how are we supposed to run our governments? How are we
That's our
supposed to run our
job to
offices?
figure it out, but I'm not
Because you
increasing
can't keep bringing
taxes.
people in, Ryan, at these wages and expect the people to work for that. I'm sorry, I disagree with that totally.
That's
Well,
what
and
we
part
get
of-
paid
We
to
have
figure
part of
out.
the
people in at
reason-
such a low wage that it's embarrassing.
Part of the reason we're having some struggles this year too, is if you recall, and again, Ryan, I don't know if you were still at our training back in June or not at this time, but we were talking about the property tax relief that was voted on, it went into effect from the state, right? So 2 years of property tax relief, which you should be happy about, Ryan, because you're all about cutting all the taxes.
Ma'am,
But this is what happens.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It affects
They made
us.
changes to the homestead exemption, so buildings that were taxed at a 2% rate are now at a 1% rate.
I get
When
that.
the state makes these cuts, they get to be all excited. I wish Ryan Ballard were here, because he'd really get fired up right now. When they make those decisions, it's a good yay raw for them, but this is how it trickles
Affects us.
down,
Right.
and this is the, I keep using the word pickle, but we're in a pickle because of these,
This
the
is-
ramifications of these.
This is where the rubber's hitting
adjustments.
the road here.
Right.
That's what I said, that's what I've been
And-
saying the last 2 days,
and-
that's when it falls on us to do it.
Right, but at the same time, when our revenues are down, the money we're getting from the state because of these reliefs are down. We get into the situation, Ryan, let me finish, that with 96% of our budget being commissioners, 90-something, being commissioners in public safety, we have other offices we are obligated to run. And I'm not saying anything against public safety, because that, in my opinion, is the number one function of government. Courts are in there, coroner, EMA, sheriff, jail, 911, everyone, you put all that in together, we still have other offices to run that are extremely lean, and we're in a, I said it yesterday, I don't wanna get to that point, but we have no fat here other than, it's all salaries, and we have to at least entertain options.
So if I'm hearing this correctly, and I swear to God, I hope I'm not, are you actually saying you're open to raising taxes?
I'm not saying that I'm willing to listen to opportunities.
Yeah.
The state, they afford us this opportunity to be able to increase our lit to 2.5%. That's the max. We're at 1.5 right now. And when we were at that training, and you were not there at that part because you had left early, somebody asked the question, is the state gonna help with these funds? When you're mandating these things, will the state help? And the gentleman from AIC responded back, are you maxed out on your lit? The gentleman said no, and he said, well, there you go. The state's given you that funding mechanism to bring in those revenues. So I'm not saying that I agree with it by any means, but we have to look at every opportunity, Ryan, and that's just where we are. We're listening.
In the interest of kind of moving us along,
Yes.
today's hearing is about setting a budget, and the approach we have taken is that we can only take into account the revenue that we know we're going to have.
Correct.
We don't know if we're going to have additional lit money. So we can only deal with what we've got. My proposal would be, on this budget, on 4D, to retain the 2023 budget numbers with the exception of the 4 decreases that are shown in the requested difference. That would reduce the budget from 264,448 to 255,013.
I would agree with Bill.
Can you repeat that one more time so I can make my,
So if we're doing a reduction, can I put in that raise for the commissioner since that's a reduction?
Pardon?
give me just a second, let me hear what were those numbers again?
Okay, there are 4 decreases. 175, health insurance decreases 4601.
Yep.
Long-term disability, 177 decreases 518.
Yep.
Longevity, 199 decreases 1450.
Okay.
And office equipment zeroes out, so that's a decrease of 3,300. The total decrease would be 9,869. If you take that off the 2023 budget of 264,448, I get 255,013.
That's what I had wrote down as well. From what we discussed the other day, I come up with the same numbers.
Emily, what was your
I'm
question?
saying since that puts it underneath the 2022 numbers, can we put that raise back in?
Which raise?
47.
The Master Commissioner, you mean?
Yeah.
No, my thinking on that is we do not know what will become, if anything, of the opportunity on the lit tax. We do not know the outcome of the summer study committee as to what might ultimately happen to that position. And third item is we don't have the money. We're over budget, we're over our county general budget now. So that's my thinking.
$3,375,000 over.
Had to ask.
Man,
All right, so I came up with 255, 124, so what am I off on?
you got 124, so you're just off by a couple dollars?
No, 124, so I had the 4 salaries at the 23 level and everything else out at 24.
You're probably right. Yeah, but Ryan,
I got the same number you had.
You did
Yeah.
too.
But I could have wrote it down.
Did you
the other
keep
day,
my
but
maintenance at
somebody said-
3271, because that's contractual?
I did.
Okay,
I'll
Thank
make a
you.
note that it's contractual.
it's the BIS, it's our recording equipment.
Oh, so
okay.
I don't have that one.
You don't have, okay.
That maintenance one?
Yeah, that's BIS, that's
Yeah.
recording equipment, that's our contract with them.
Okay,
That's the difference we
That's
have.
$45.
I've got 254624.
I have 255,124. Okay, let's start at the top. Salary, 37,777. Salary, 42,473. I have FICA at 12,355. PERF, 17,204. Health insurance, I went with the 54, 492. 428, 823, 64, 6,450, 2,500, 1,000, 3,000, 3,000.
Oh,
Oh, no, I got
didn't-
2,500 on
Yeah,
travel
me
expense.
too.
Oh, wait, so we're going back there. Okay,
Travel expense, I took off 500. Are we,
2,500.
it was 2,500 in 2023.
Yeah,
so is that
I
what
just,
we're
I dropped
going
it down.
with? Okay.
All right, so the 2,500, then 3,271, 0, 37,062, and 36,289.
That's what I have.
So let's see. Doo-doo-doo. 254, 624,
That's what I have.
okay.
Five, 4, 6, 2, 4. Which is. That is $9,824 less than 2023.
what'd you come up with?
$9,824 difference.
$64,448.
Minus 2,546. And I got 9 now.
Why am I coming up with, what was your numbers? 254 what? 624? What do I have back there?
Kind of, yeah, it's all of those.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go on over to page 23.
So, I know I talked to you all about extra money and how I wanna kinda save it because we have unknown jury trial site fee expenses. But I did go back to that and look at that again, and so I did find a couple things that I didn't think about. So last year in the budget, our 135 probation support staff one of our support staff, it was budgeted incorrectly last year. So there's, extra money in that line that's gonna come back to county general anyway, so I'll let you know about it. It's on B155, I'm sorry, it is on 135, line 135. So this will come back in your 2023 numbers.
Okay,
So, 135 is gonna come back as $1,741. I don't feel like I should be spending that since it was misappropriated. But it's coming back.
Giving that back to 2023.
Yep. And then looking at my numbers, I had $9,000 set aside for possible jury trial money that I might have been short. But I also put a cushion in for my jury trials so that I wouldn't deplete my entire jury fee. I haven't given you a number yet. I wanted to put a cushion in my jury fee fund so I wouldn't deplete my jury fee fund. But I still think I'm safe to go ahead and use that 9,000. So I'm gonna give you some lines for that 9,000.
Okay.
So B155, this is 2023 budget. B155, I'm gonna give you back $3,126.
hold on, let's find it.
This is all salaries that I had extra money in.
And you said B,
Oh,
B155,
page 25.
I'm gonna give you back $3,126. Ready for the next one?
no, yeah, sorry. So 3126,
Yeah, 3126.
all right, what's the next one?
C120, which is an assistant court reporter's position. I'm gonna give you back,
C1.
I'm not seeing
Hold on.
C120.
it might be under B because I had movement. No, it should be under C.
It's B on our,
Okay.
okay,
But in the C120 line, I have $3,908 that I won't be using.
3,908,
1,908.
okay,
And then A160, which is a probation officer line.
Okay, I see
Oh,
that.
Right.
I'm sorry.
A160,
Okay.
Okay.
$2,760.
1,760.
That should be a total give back of $97.94. I'm still saving a little bit back for psych evals. 9794 is the total. So I have another 16,000 saved back for psych evals that I just don't feel comfortable giving back.
hold on a second, I just got 11,535.
I do have,
1741, 3120. Oh, with that 1741, that's outside of my 9,000.
Okay,
so what's the total?
So that's probably 11,000 with that.
I have a number of 11,535.
I don't count the 1,700 because I don't feel like that's mine to begin with. Cause it was
It-
misappropriated.
Yeah, it's in our book, so, yeah.
11,535.
I think there'd be another give back. I've been thinking about this. The very first line, 103, that's Judge Wolf, as I understand it. So there's a balance of 1250, which would be the second half of the year. She would have accrued 1 month of that, so 1/6 of that.
She
should
said
be-
that's paid quarterly.
I know it's paid quarterly, but she only served 1 month of the third quarter.
I don't know how that's paid. That's a Tanya question.
Well, this is my thinking. I'm not the auditor. But my thinking is that she would be entitled to 1/6 of the balance of the 1250, and the remainder of that would then revert to the general fund.
We would probably have to check with State Board of Accounts on that,
Okay,
just because it could, since she did work a portion of that quarter, it could, and the fact that they get it on a yearly basis, there's for the year. You know what I mean? It's just paid out quarterly. I would wanna check and see if she
yeah,
gets
we would
it
have
all.
to check, but just, that was my thinking, is that she would be entitled to
I'll make a note.
prorated portion of the stipend, and the remainder would go back to the general fund. That's
I'll
just
check
my
with State
thought.
Board of Accounts.
So that'd be another $1,000 back.
So if I'm understanding the question, what you're asking is if it's not necessarily, you work one day of the year and you get the whole, a lot of 2,500, what you're saying is it prorated throughout the month, and there's several months she didn't quite get yet, so that wouldn't qualify.
That would be my,
They haven't paid out.
yeah, that'd be
They
my
quarterly
thinking.
pays to the state.
Or maybe, I guess she'd be entitled to
Maybe less than
two
that.
months, July and August. Of the, yeah.
That's a
So
good question.
she'd get like $400, and the remaining $850 would go back to the general fund.
I'll check on it.
Yeah, because I think, she mentioned the other day that the difference was gonna go to the new judge, so if you're going by that formula, then there would be some left over. And
Yeah, I hadn't turned that in yet, so if they choose not to do that, it won't be turned in.
You were talking about for next year, not this year.
Right,
Okay, all right,
that was for next year's.
I got
I
you.
didn't even mess with this year.
I got you now. That makes sense. That makes more
Yeah,
sense.
I didn't even mess with this
Yep.
year, because it was like, I didn't know where that money was at.
We don't give back.
That's all I had on give back. I mean, I have other monies, but I don't feel comfortable with
Well,
psych eval.
That, with that
It might end up
number,
coming back to you. I mean, you're gonna get money back. I just don't know
yeah,
how
and
much.
what she was able to just offer up to us for 23 makes that new total for all of this year, 23's cuts. We're up 110,610, so all of that helps immensely, so thank you. So let's just start at the top and work our way down.
Mm-hmm. It's a big one.
So we've got, do these line numbers match their,
Courts,
yes,
yes.
okay.
So 103 is Court 3, which is now Doug Mayor.
And technically, it's now going to be an A one
It's
oh
gonna be
three,
A103
which would
once,
be,
if I turn the paperwork in, correct.
okay.
So that one should be 0 then. Right?
If we're following suit of 23, yes. Now, you have to keep in mind these 2,500s with these other circuit court judge lines. Last year, the judges agreed to that lower number. They are not agreeing to it this year, which means we're at that 5,000. Is that
Those
correct?
all go
On
back
the,
to 5 grand.
yes, on the Court 2, 4, and 5 would get back to 5, go back to 5, and that comes from the 193 line. Just moving it back up to their lines. But 3 being a new judge. And then
2, 4, and 5.
2, 4, and 5 are sitting judges.
Or no, where 2 is.
A102,
It's the middle of page,
A.
next page, middle of page 24.
Okay, thank you.
And then it'll be A101, they're both together.
What's the 101?
Circuit Court 1, which is
Circuit Court
Judge
1.
Calhoun now.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Did we not? did we
You
not
had
add
taken that stipend and
Took
put
it
it in a
out.
separate stipend.
We took,
You had separated that out from the others because that was a new judge coming in at that time.
That's
And
what
they-
I'm getting at is, did we not follow that same procedure for the retired judge? 'Cause she's a new judge too.
we already cut that one, so that one's already gone.
No, but they're saying we put
You
that in
you
the
had put that
stipend fund.
5,000 in a different stipend for the court admin stipend.
Right.
But separate from the 10, so that you knew that was separate because that was the one that was no longer a sitting judge.
Right,
Correct.
We still keep it at 0.
correct,
So only the 3 judges would be the 5, 5, and 5.
correct.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. Thank you. That had me confused a little bit.
So C1 is 0. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
The
A1.
A101.
A101.
Yeah, well, I said Circuit Court 1.
Oh.
Oh.
Numbers and letters.
Don't you love the letter system, Tanya?
I was laying
My
down in
favorite.
my head last night. Numbers in my head.
And this would be a 0.
All right,
Maybe I wasn't following along properly.
Yeah.
I
these
see,
will go back
on page 24, the request for the $5,000, but then on page 23, the first 3 items are $5,000 as well. What, explain the difference
I
to me,
have 5
please.
judges.
Yes,
They were all at 5,000 to begin with before they took half of it. And then
I
one
got
whole
it, I got it,
one,
I got it,
yeah.
thank you. Okay.
To the top in there, Jim,
Yep,
would be
yep, yep.
0.
4 of them
Yep.
went half and 1 went whole into stipends.
all right, so the next is the salary, so that goes to 23. Now, when we go down to the probation officers, those are state mandated.
Yeah.
So those numbers for those probation officers will be the 24 request.
Does that apply to 196, the part-time probation officer?
Yes, well, that's a set amount that last year Jeff had asked for. What line are you on, 198? He had asked for a new
96.
probation officer and they had said, no, but we'll give you a part-time one. So that's a set fee at a part-time probation officer. And so we have to pay a certain rate based on their years of service, but a part-time rate.
Okay,
So
but
they gave
that's,
us that amount flat.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I apologize for having to back up just a second, but did, I feel like it's been mentioned before, but for whatever reason, my mind's not telling me exactly what it was. That chief, those 2 stipends for the, line 148, 149, the 15,000 and
Those are
5,000.
state mandated.
Okay,
Those
there
are
it
state
was.
mandated.
I thought I heard something about it.
I gotta back up one more.
Mm-hmm.
That 135, remember that 135 was let me get you the number. That was not calculated correctly in 2023,
Okay.
so it should say, let me find my
And
zero
this is-
budget, hold
This is
on.
the 24 number?
Yeah, no, the 23 number
23
wrong.
Okay,
The 23 number should actually be 36,558.
It's less.
Yes, because they had not reduced it correctly.
That's what you took away 17.
That's the one I took away, that 1,700, yeah.
Oh, okay, I got you now.
so is that 24 number
No,
that needs to be
The 24
adjusted?
number, the 24 number I adjusted
Oh.
with the 10% off my 36,000.
Okay,
But that 38.2 is not correct.
okay.
So it needs to be 36,558
All
for
right, so
130.
now that's correct. Okay,
That is correct now.
36,558. All right.
Now, can you tell me again what you said about probation officers? Are
Those
those all
one-
going to be 59,994?
No.
No,
No.
no, because it's all dependent on their
By the
years of
22.
service and
Experience.
such, so,
Okay.
Yeah, I think
So-
they're all
Okay,
different.
so I'm
Yeah.
just going with
Different.
2024.
correct.
Okay, that's what I
Yep.
thought originally, but then I got
2024?
confused.
Yeah,
For
we
all
have-
the probation officers, they're state
That's right.
mandated. Yep,
Right.
Glad you said that. Why did I not mark that out the other day?
I don't know.
probably because you didn't want to hear it.
Yeah. That's probably what it was. My
Right?
mind wouldn't let me do it.
Now, we talked about 196 is the flat amount. Is 197, is that a state mandated amount?
That is our part-timers that we have. I have 2 in my office. Sorry, I have 1 as needed. I have 1 that I share with probation. We both have 1 that we share. And then he has another part-timer, so we all all comes out of our budgets together. He's asking for another part-time part-time person in his office.
Okay,
That's
so,
the increase.
so line 197 is going from 2 to 3 part-time people.
Yes. And essentially, yes, we're asking for another part-timer. That was his ask as part of all of his rearranging with his positions. Which he never got to that in his presentation because he
Right.
got
Yeah,
stuck
I
on-
wrote full-time question mark. You're
Yes.
wanting him to be full-time, right?
No. What?
Negative. The original request I had presented, with the probation request was to add a part-timer because I wanted to reclassify a full-time secretary position. After our budget hearings the other day, I sent the requested documents the council had asked for and then updated my request considering the facts on the ground with the budget situation this year. So I scratched that request this year for the part-timer, that I made.
So that would go back to the
So we're not going for the
So
part-time?
three figures.
So I'm not requesting to add an
So-
additional part-time, position
27.3.
this year.
And what
For
line item is
24.
that?
That's 197. It's gonna stay at the 2023 amount.
Thank you.
Thanks for explaining that, Joe.
Your part-time probation officer is gonna stay the same amount because it's a flat fee.
One more above it. And the
So let me catch up here for a second. I'm,
At 197,
197 stays at 27.3, which is the 2023 amount.
We made this,
26 and 197 are both.
Yeah, they're both staying at 2023.
made the notation the other day, at least I did the book, with switching, putting the money back in the judge's stipend to 5,000 each. Those line items of.
The stipends disappear.
Yeah, 193 and 195 should be zeros.
Those go zero.
yeah, those
Yes.
are the 24 numbers.
I just wanna make sure everybody's on the same page on that.
Now, I do wanna talk about 211 and 212.
Just before you do.
Yeah.
Your probation officer 49.
What?
198, line 198.
That is a current probation officer. It has to go to
I
59,954.
was thinking that was mandated.
Now, that's a current probation officer.
Yeah, any probation officer, if you see the word probation
The only two
officer,
new
you're going
requests-
with 24's number.
There were 2 new requests for new probation officers, and that's line 162 and 163. Those were his 2 new requests, 162 and 163.
Okay,
So,
I just
we're,
wanted to make sure I was
The rest
correct.
are all current, yes.
all right, so we're at 211.
211, so I don't know if you remember, but I said I get so tired, well, my employee gets tired of transferring money between 211 and 212. So I reduced it to 6,500 and put that money into 212, but I actually need like $500 more because I really don't have enough. But I'm willing to take that 500 off and just doing a switch. So we can do 6,500 and 211 and do 7,000, which is the same amount overall in the 212. It's not an increase at that point, it's just a switch.
Well, why don't we just stick with your 24 request?
Well, because it's $500, we don't have the money, Jessica.
They do add up.
And so I'm willing to take that 500 off and just deal with it.
Take the 500 off of
All right,
which one?
so I want to go with the 6,500 on the 211
The 7,000,
and the 7,000 on 212. We'll make it work.
okay. Like I've said a bajillion times, I'm just worried about not being able to make appropriations next year, so.
And then my 225 and 311 stay the same. Then we get into the big one, psych fees. I cannot reduce that one.
You've said that quite a few times. Are you expecting our operating balance to be significantly less than what, is that what you're
It's not
getting
gonna be
at?
less, we just won't be able, we can't go below 6 million. We have to have that 6 million to get us to the first tax draw.
Yeah, well, the
we-
reason why I'm saying that, because I think last year, did we only have 5 million when we started?
Started the year,
Yeah.
I don't think,
I thought this year having the 6 million was the first time, at least
Uh-uh.
since I've been on council, we had that much.
When you first went on the council,
Yeah, I thought it was like 5 million when I
I
first
think
got
it was, wasn't
when
it?
you first came on.
Yeah.
This was your
I
third
think you're right.
budget,
That's my.
But-
And we made it work.
but costs have gone up.
You're right. And that's what Dan keeps saying.
Mhm.
We've talked about this a couple times. That's what he says. You know, everything's more money.
I just wanted to, as long as I don't want people to forget, right? And I think you have to say something 5 times before someone actually hears it,
I
so.
think 500 I can find within my budget. That's why I'm okay with taking that 500 off. That, I mean, obviously when I was making this budget, I'm like, I really need the 500, but where we're at, so I'll take the 500 off and I'll
Yeah.
eat the cost and I'll figure it out.
Okay,
The 313, I have no choice. We have to have 62,000, and that's just where we're at.
the no choices, that's what you figure you need, or is that mandated?
I mean, that's what we're trending for the third year.
Okay, that's,
Yep. Psych fees have gone up. And remember, I was using ARP money to cover that. I was using ARP money to cover my jury trials, and then in turn, I was using the jury trial money to cover ARP, or to cover psych. So I was pulling money that we
Right.
no longer have access to. and
Not
we're
really
out.
gone up, it's just the fact that the
Well,
money you
no,
were
it's
using
gone
before
up.
is kinda ran out.
It's shot up. I was
She raised it
budgeting at
40,000.
20,000, and then I took it down to 13, or I was budgeting 40,000, I took it down to
Right.
20. And then all of a sudden, we had all these psych fees the last 2 years.
But a lot of that's because we didn't have a lot of trials because of COVID and all that, right, before, and now we're getting
Somewhat.
caught up.
I think it's that and just the clientele that's coming through the courts all have mental health issues
Right.
and we're
So they
having to have
claim
more
too?
psych fees. Substance abuse.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've been hearing everybody say that, yeah.
yeah, it's a lot.
So is that good on that page?
On 148 and 149, you guys, those stayed the same and they stay, right? The stipends?
148
Yeah.
or
because
zeroed,
that's mandated.
no.
Did?
Yeah, no, we're talking about probation officer stipends,
Oh, okay.
not the
Yeah,
court admin
148,
stipends.
149.
140, oh, I'm sorry, I have it. Yeah, I have those.
I have a question on the psych testing. Do we, every time an individual needs it, then contact somebody, or can we get a contract to do a countywide psych testing and possibly save money?
So there's only like 2 individuals in Delaware County that provides those services for the courts. Everybody else is out of county. Meridian Health does not provide those services.
Imagine
So we're
that.
back to that. So we're hopeful that if commissioners or someone in the county switches the provider, that service could be done through that community provider. Because it would save us a lot of money. We have to do 2 psychological evaluations per case, when the court orders psych testing, psych evaluation, we have to have 2 separate psych evals. And then if those 2 psych evals don't agree, they have to have a third, separate. So they're about $1,500 a piece, at least. So, that 20,000 goes
Doesn't
quick,
go far.
yes,
The answer is no, not really then.
right. And until something changes within the community, we utilize the Delaware County providers, the 2, but sometimes we have to go outside of that
Yeah.
because we don't have enough people doing it.
But to Eugene's point, because you have to have 2 different people doing it, we couldn't just hire a guy to do
We
it.
couldn't hire one person.
Right.
Absolutely not. We had one person that was doing the jail, and I believe he still does all the jail, for the jail. Does he still do that? Does Hatfield, Sheriff's not here. Hatfield does it for the jail. But for the court side, we have to have 2.
Thank you.
Could someone, Jessica, maybe, make me and Becky clear on what we are doing with the 4 new positions on
We
this
have-
page?
Past those right
Past
now.
it.
We'll address those later.
Okay.
On the next one that we've got to talk about is 316, which is Zoom accounts. I just had the judge reach out to state again. I have asked multiple times about Zoom accounts. Since we went through COVID, state purchased Zoom accounts for all the trial courts. Every year they've come through and said, oh, we're going to provide that again for you. And so I've always been able to take it back off my budget. I have asked at least 6 times with the state, are you guys going to provide this? And even as of yesterday, they have not been told yes or no. This may come back off before you finalize this budget, but as of right now, I have to have it. But as soon as I get an answer, I can come back and let you know.
Yeah, they know we're doing the budgets right now, right? So
And that's what I keep telling them.
they don't care, but they know.
So right now, we need to leave
We
this
have
in.
to, yes, we have to have the Zoom accounts.
Next week is the fall, mandatory judicial conference. I think some of these issues are gonna be talked about a lot. Hopefully, we'll get some information on.
When is your deadline to get this done?
You vote on it
Okay,
September
I hope to
29th.
have an answer by within the
Right.
next 2 weeks, so
We
I'll
should
let you
be-
know about
We should
that.
find out next week. Also, I'm sure that this lit legislation is going to be a high priority on the things that are, we get instructions on, so we'll certainly make that information available to the council. I do agree, it is a very complicated issue, but, and there are both debates on both sides, but it was passed for a reason, so we'll find out. We get our marching orders from the Office of the State Court Administration, so we'll keep the council informed.
Thank you.
I assume you want to pass over the grant writer for now? Okay. Traveling expenses and subscription and membership. I spoke with the judges, well, I kind of spoke with Judge Cannon last night, and then the judges do agree that we're gonna take those back to 2023, and the judges will just cover whatever doesn't get covered just for this year. We do hope that we can come back when the budgets are better
Right.
and get that covered for the judges, because it's gonna come out of their pockets again. We do know the dues are going up, but we're gonna cover it. They're gonna cover their own if it has to go beyond what's in our county budget for 23. So you can leave those at the 23 amounts.
About those air cards.
Have to have it for juvenile court. That's that MiFi cards. So I have to have 721 in line 325. Those are $30 a month. I have 2 of them, so it's $60 a month for those.
They work okay?
They work great.
Oh,
It
at least
runs the
works,
court.
right? At least
It runs the
works.
court when I can't have internet, so.
Yeah. At least there's a solution.
Your contract computer, that's our BIS 362. It has to go up. That's a contract with, recording equipment, but it's not very much. $65. I don't think that was a ridiculous amount.
No.
Pretty impressive, you wanna
Yeah.
prove.
Which one would you say?
362. Yeah, it's gotta go up by that 65. Now the next big one is your pettit jurors. Now I did look at this again. Again, I was talking about having that cushion in there because I don't want to deplete the fund. We could take out more of that cushion and we could reduce it to 110,000 or 100,000. I'm gonna leave that up to you all. I can show you my spreadsheet and Jessica, I'll share it with you because you're my spreadsheet queen.
Loves her Excel.
I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. You're working with numbers that are unpredictable.
Right.
So much as a crystal ball.
I know. But I'll show you what I did and you see what you think. So, I have this amount in it right now. We
Okay.
haven't touched it,
All right.
but I wanted to keep 20 in it this year to go into 24,
Mm-hmm.
which means I'd have to put in 9,000 possibly this year out of county general, which then that eats into that 20,000.
Yeah.
So now we're down to what, 1510.
Mm-hmm.
And I put a 20,000 cushion here to go into 25. Do I want to take into that cushion and just say 10,000 or 20 or?
Why don't we just take it down to 110?
Well, that's what I was thinking, 110. Take out that 20,000. I still have a 20,000 cushion overall. I just don't know what to expect on amounts. I'm
Yeah.
predicting, and I think my predictions are pretty spot on.
You're usually pretty accurate.
Take it down to 110.
I mean, we good with 110 or I don't want to overcut. Go with 110.
That's what I was thinking was 110. That was my first thought. I mean, it's still an increase on the 23 side, but it's a decrease on the 24 side.
Yeah.
Look like that 396, is it even possible that a grand jury would be convened this year?
You know, I've had that in my budget all these years. You know what happens to that $1,500? It goes into 397.
Okay,
But I have to keep it separate in case we ever have a grand jury, and I have to pay that separately out of that. But at the end of the year, if we don't use it, it goes into 397. We pay out our pettit.
that's fair.
I don't want to do a grand jury. So, knock on wood, it's a lot more
Sure.
work.
A footnote on that, it's my 15th year on the bench. There's been 2 grand juries paneled in that period of time.
Countywide or it's just in your court?
In his,
Just,
no,
no,
in
countywide.
countywide.
But they happen to be in my court, so,
Lucky you.
well, it's not. It's a historical,
I don't want,
procedure of the past,
yeah, I
let's
think they don't really
say
do.
that.
You hear about a lot of other states doing
Yeah.
indictments and doing, I don't know, it's a different process.
Just
than
had
what
on
we
the
do.
federal grand jury
Yeah.
back in
Well,
like
it's- yeah, I remember
05,
those
and that was
grand
a
juries,
6-month
arsons
term.
and stuff.
That was like 6 months.
Yeah, federal juries are long.
Used to be, 30 years ago, there were more grand juries impaneled, simply because it kind of takes the heat off of the prosecutor in making some tough decisions. I would say this, we've had recently a whole lot of good prosecutors that aren't afraid to
Eric's
make
not
the
afraid.
decision, so.
Eric's afraid.
Yeah, we're lucky
That's
we got a-
not likely in the future.
We'll tell Eric you said
Yeah.
that.
Well,
399,
Please
you
don't.
can take that down to 2023 if we, like, again, when we made this budget, like, I really need the 2,500, but I will ask for emergency funding from a grant for that court interpreter. Office equipment comes down for 2024, so you can put that in at the 24 level, and law books come down too. 24 level. The rest are salaries,
Stand by.
but you have to put in the
Goodbye.
probation officer's amounts, but that's it.
Yeah.
That stipend mandated too, for that juvenile probation officer? I see a $5,000.
That's another supervisor. You have a probation, you have
Right,
an
but
adult and juvenile,
But that's
yes.
mandated by the state?
Yes, that's at 5,000.
And I wish they'd call them something else.
So are we going with the 2024 on the 399, the 441, and the 452?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
No.
the less amounts.
Which three, what did you say, Tanya? I'm sorry.
99?
399,
Oh, no,
No, you said
399, we're going with 2023.
23, 2,000.
yeah.
What were your other questions?
The two after that?
Yeah, those are
Those are
24.
24 level.
24 levels,
Yeah, because it doesn't cost as much. I don't have much to replace. I have less to replace.
because they dropped down.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
And Josie? Everything else
Because
is
while you're
salary?
here though, I do want to file a complaint on, Coroner Gavin. He was reckless driving yesterday, leaving. He almost hit my car. Deal with him afterwards.
talk to Eric.
Oh, shoot.
He knows what he did.
I remember somebody pulling out of there pretty quick yesterday,
I had to
Ryan.
chase him down.
Uh-huh.
Is the magistrate, is that mandated?
Yes, that's our portion that
Oh,
we
I see
pay.
it now. It's the same
Yeah.
number. Okay, sorry.
We don't, it doesn't ever go up.
I'm working on like 6-point font here, so.
Go over to Bradford County this afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm keeping that as a regular probation officer. As court staff, since we can't do all that moving around this year. Or you wanna change it to name?
Hey, Emily and Jeff, sorry to interrupt you guys.
I'm sorry.
No big deal. You gave me you got 53 full-time, 5 part-time, right?
Yes,
How many open positions do you have in courts and how many do you have in, I know, so you're at
you're on
0.
both.
So no open positions.
Nope.
Thank you.
Well, I want to keep that up probation. report card, 36. Even, so Stevens, she's paid 35,000.
Start trying to add some of this up, and help out.
A lot to math.
A lot of math.
Yeah, better go ahead, cause somebody's gonna have to see if you've got a comparable number.
We're not really even done. We've got,
Is that in there? Okay, well, so they're gonna review that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
So now when is the resolution? Okay. I just didn't know what we were doing with that one. Okay. So we'll wait and see what they do. The next round. Okay. High gear this week. Got too many folders.
On the computer, Jessica, am I leaving the new employees in as of right now? And we're calculating that way,
we have not added the new employees
so. do you
as
know-
of yet. I mean, we've got some conversations to have. There are 4, correct, that are in this budget. We've got 2 probation officers, the jump coordinator, and the IRAX coordinator. Is that correct? We got-
and there was the part-time request, but, I've since modified that.
Yeah.
But in that budget that you
Yeah.
will have, that was printed,
Yep.
correct, that's correct.
I think the one that we probably want to discuss the most, and I know we've had some conversations because we all see the value with that jump coordinator. And I know that you have, like, in good faith, some support towards that.
That's right. At least 50%, subsidized by the city, at least 50% of that, we're up to $30,000. We had the previous conversation at the budget hearing the other day. I happened to run into the mayor the next morning, kind of indicated to him that the council had made, indicated they wanted that in writing. He kind of whipped out a napkin and was getting ready to write it down. I told him to hold off, so, I'd be more than happy though to follow up, get that formalized for the council. So that would be $30,000, up to $30,000 matching for that position from the mayor's edit funds, I believe is what he indicated.
5 years.
And we have
For
that,
5 years, yeah.
and that agreement has been sent over to the city, correct? Is that, we have one for that, or no?
I have.
That's the plan commission, I'm sorry.
So, I mean, I'd be happy to facilitate that any way I can. If that needs to happen through different branch of government, then
So, okay, so the salary is 46,2, it would be 23,1,
yes,
okay.
at least.
So long as their contribution doesn't go above 30,000.
Yeah, that, he indicated a cap of 30,000. Now, there's some, this individual does not take county health benefits and
But it
so
would be
forth, so,
insurance
but there is some, FICA per aspect,
So
so.
I'll put all that in there,
And then they would do the
We
30,000
would
of
calculate that
that.
all,
Half of
split it right down the middle, and,
You pay up to 30 of it.
and invoice the city, or however that process would work.
I mean, if we're adding a position, this would be the one I would be in favor of, just
66 on the
because of the
first page.
success these individuals are going out into the workforce and contributing to our local income taxes. So I definitely see value. I'm not necessarily in support of adding new jobs or growing government, but this, I feel, is something special, and we've had a lot of community engagement in it, and I know it's becoming something that the state in general is looking at because it's been so successful, and benchmarking from us, which is really exciting. So I feel
I think this is.
strongly towards this one.
has that gone before the commissioners in a formal way?
It has not.
Okay, so that would be the first step to get their approval, and then they would contract with the city.
Yeah, whatever that process, if we just, I don't know if the county would just invoice the city, or how that part of there needs to be formal agreement between the executive branches of each government,
Yes.
so I'm sure there's a process.
We would still budget at the full amount
Right. For now.
for now.
But I'm in agreement with Jessica, this is really a cost savings
Of sorts.
if we keep them out of the system.
Right, I mean, there's a benefit in that regard. Also, just as these individuals, we calculate, 40 to 50 individuals making at least $15 an hour. I mean, that's 1.2 million in wages over the course of a year. So there's kind of a compound interest effect that has we enhance the tax base in the community as well, which is something we all want to do. It helps our folks stay out of trouble, and it helps the community generally.
Yeah, the county, income tax that we receive is approximately $10 per $1,000 a week. So whatever they're making, if they're earning $1,000 a week for all of those, participants in that program, the county's generating $10 for each one of them per week. And they're working.
And is the grant funded through the end of the year?
It is.
Hey Jessica, did you ever get a number?
No, because we were still going back to these 4 places, so, I just started at the jump because it was something I feel strongly about, but we still need to address the 2 probation officers and the IRACs coordinator, but.
So the IRACs coordinator, we're still working with the DMHA folks, the state IRACs, leadership team on that. We don't have anything like fully developed that, so at this point, I would just withdraw
Throw it
that
out?
request.
Okay,
Yeah, if we work out the details in the near future, I may come back at that point in time. I'm hopeful maybe they could just fully support a position from their perspective, and just have them embedded in our department.
Which one you pulling out, IRAX?
IRACs.
that'd be lovely.
Pam,
That makes the jump.
Pam, is the jump coordinator right now considered a county employee? Okay.
So it's not a new employee then?
Technically,
Technically not, but it's
It's a grant.
a new fund for us.
Yeah, she was hired in February.
Gotcha.
to revolve on this
Typically,
grant.
in
Oh,
the-
that's right, that's what Matt was talking about before, about them doing it at the beginning and
Yeah.
then now we're on the.
Yeah, and so, I mean, typically when a grant dries up, usually that position dries up and we move on, but this is
And
this is special,
We're
in
still
my
looking for
opinion.
grants for this. Like, we haven't given up on grants, but Our,
Can't
Yeah,
guarantee
We've,
that.
you know,
Again, I'd
we've
love
used
to have a
duct
grant
tape,
writer.
chewing gum, I mean, we've, you know, cobbled and it's, but it's worked, and so, you know, that's the
I think
kind
it's
of,
kind of a no-brainer, honestly.
I'm in agreement with Jessica, you know, and Brian.
Yeah, I'd be in support of it.
I would also.
Me too. This coming from the guy that's got what written
Yeah,
on the
no
front
to
of his-
employees,
Yeah.
right? That's my exception,
That
because
ought
they're
to
already in.
They're not in the
Yes.
budget, but they're
Yeah.
here.
But
I
we
wanna
will
get-
not stop looking for a grant.
Yeah.
Like, if we come through with a grant, obviously we'll tell you, but we're not finding any, that's the problem. We're not and again, I'm not an expertise in grants. We may not be finding them because we don't know where to look.
Well, it's probably tricky if we're the, you know, the
the guinea
forefront
pig.
of this and we're the one who created
true.
it and
Well, we
doing it,
created
there's,
it, yes.
you know,
a lot of what we run into is we're not eligible because we're a governmental entity. So, you know, a lot of grants say, you must be a 501c3. Well, forget that one.
Yep.
You know, and so it makes it a little more difficult, but, we're working through it. Keep working on it.
all right, so that leaves us with those two probation officers, 162 and 163. And I know you'd sent us an email, and one of those is actually for like the YOC side, right? Or,
That's right, that'd be for juvenile probation, you know, and as I pointed out in the email in my, updated request, you know, 20 years ago, there was, 7 officers out there, plus a chief, and we're down to five total. So through, and it, you know, and this was through various, councils over the years, there were positions called out of that department, due to, you know, the Great Recession was the last one I remember coming out, 2012, 2013. We lost the position out there and, you know, there's an effect. The systems, especially the juvenile system, has become a lot more complex over the years. There's a lot more restrictions that have been put in place about what we can and can't do. And it's put a lot of additional workload on the officers. Biggest part of this is engaging the community to help on these juvenile issues. You know, the YOCs is not what it was 20 years ago. That's hurt us. So there's a lot of factors at play here. There's no one answer to any of it, like what happened. We're trying to work through it as best we can, but we need, with what's going on in the community, and especially post-pandemic with a lot of these kids, we need to flood the zone with resources. I look at it like I would a natural disaster situation. I mean, from the government's perspective, we need to allocate resources to help mitigate the problems that are going on. We're doing a pretty good job of what we have, but we need additional help. And, you know, in the modified request, I had 2 officers out there. I wanted them to work in tandem in the community, kind of connecting at that level, outward facing. You know, if I could get 1 new officer position, that would help. And then I'm prepared to utilize probation user fees. I like to use positions in new ways. I have a secretary position out there that I am willing to utilize some of my probation user fees internally, to reclassify that position. You know, this is an individual has could become an intake officer, and that takes pressure off my existing officers. So ready to kind of reconfigure things to make them adaptable to the current environment and what we're dealing with in the community as it relates to juvenile justice issues.
also keep in mind with probation officers, if we were to approve this, their salary from here on out is mandated by the state. So I just want to,
With about a 10% increase every year, isn't that about what it is?
Oh, no, it varies. It was 3% one year, 5% the next. This was the biggest year because of the inflation. I believe with inflation, everything was 7.8.
The rest is too comes for a later date.
I mean, that's the pleasure. I mean, or you're really saying you really only want what you need or think that you need the 1. So we could go ahead and 0 one of these out now.
Yes.
So let's take 163 and 0 that one out.
Can you take me back and tell me your final decisions on the jump in Iraq?
IRAX is a 0, jump is funded at the 24 level.
Well, again, I always think you're one of the best at your presentations, Jeff, and you're always super informed. You and Emily are both very informed. You guys, when we ask the questions, you guys always know the answers, so kudos for that. For me, man, it's so hard because I agree with everything you're saying, but it's hard because, in my opinion, I think we're gonna have to eliminate some positions, so it's hard to add some, and in the back of my head, I'm thinking to get where we need to go, probably gonna have to eliminate a couple, so it's a really difficult trade-off for me, and I guess you're trying to have to weigh the benefit. and I mean, yours is a benefit to the community, you're specifically speaking about targeting youth. You know, and that weighs heavily in your favor, but man, I'm really torn on this, I'll be honest with you.
You know, there's, part of your responsibility as council is to make those
Jump
fiscal
in.
decisions,
Jump in.
but, and
Jump
there's been
in.
some discussion at this level. It's a little more in terms of where do you allocate the resources that we do have as a community? What's priority, what's important? I can think of no higher priority than kids in the community and what's going on out there. And again, I've talked about this before. Mental health of kids is atrocious. It's the worst I've ever seen, working in the field for 25 years. Coming out of the pandemic, nationwide, chronic absenteeism from school. Some people, you know, commonly known as truancy and as a status offense is doubled nationwide. And a lot of this is a manifestation of the opioid epidemic we dealt with over the past decade or longer, that these are the kids that in many instances were exposed to drugs in utero. They have a lot of impairments in terms of cognitive impairments. It has just a terrible effect. We've seen what drugs have done in the community. I mean, I've talked about, you know, being from Muncie and being from the south side of Muncie and just seeing what happened over the past 30 years since I got out of high school. And we're dealing with the ramifications of that now. And like the government, we need to allocate resources to help mitigate those effects. There's no simple solutions to it, but the solutions are there, and they're at the community level. We can help, and we should, and we do everything we can on a daily basis to have good outcomes. But, you know, I would just, encourage the council to think about that in terms of resource allocation and so forth. I know probation officers are very frustrating for fiscal bodies at the local level because of the salary mandate. But like I said, I am prepared for my secretary to allocate additional funds out of our user fees that we collect so I can reclassify that position and more of a case manager role. And if, the council would, be willing to kind of entertain that notion, is that, probation officers are needed in certain aspects of the job. They're only allowed to do certain things under various statutes governing juvenile justice law. However, we could perhaps look at more of a case manager position where this individual would, work for our department, but the council wouldn't be compelled by the salary mandate for probation officers to give them those structural increases every year like you are currently. So that might be a course of action we could take.
Well, on what you're talking about with the intake, so
Yeah.
we would continue to pay what we've, on line 147, which says probation support staff, and we would not pay the 40,000 on E-147.
That's right. So,
So drop that back to,
it can stay at the 2023 level, as it was.
We'll pay the difference of,
And we'll work internally to reclassify that and to enhance the pay somewhat for that position, so.
E-147, well, the amount goes away.
yeah, we would like to just keep it as intake officer. And then we'll allocate the funds, the difference out of probation user funds, if we have your blessing to do that.
Oh.
Which would be what, was it like
Does that work, Tanya? Do you-
4,000?
Clarify what we're doing with that.
Okay. D-147, page 25. That person is going to be reclassified as an intake officer, but our budget number will stay at the 35,728.
Okay,
They're going to
We'll have to come in January and allocate the difference.
issue a stipend or something out of their user
It'll just be
fees.
the other part of their pay.
Other part of
It'll be
their
the other
pay.
part of their pay, like we do
Paid
with
out
probation,
2,100.
out of the 2,100 user fees.
do you mean to, get it to the full 40? Is that what you're trying to say?
Out of the user fees,
Yeah.
like we do with some of
Like
the probation
general's gonna
officers.
take care of 35,728, and you guys are gonna somehow take care of 4,272.
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
Right.
So the true
So in-
salary for it would be 40,000.
Correct.
It's just being paid for.
Paid out
The
of
difference
two separate.
from our.
Yeah, so
Okay.
then we would have to come back in January, Ryan, you'll have to say yes to
Oh, I
the
know.
allocation out of our user fee.
Okay, so you're,
But user fees are out of our general.
No.
fund.
Yeah, they're outside of general.
so you're-
But they're fees.
then you're going 162, I guess, maybe. You're saying instead of a probation officer, make that possibly a case manager?
If you're really hung up on that probation officer mandated salary, he's saying, I think what you're saying is
Yeah.
he could work with the case manager position on that as well.
And at the 41,079 or a different number?
At the 41 or the
Yes,
40?
that's 41,079 would be the request, yes. But it would remain there, it would not be, that position would not be subject to the salary mandate like probation officers are. So it would just
Whatever,
presumably increase as the county sees
Yeah.
fit to.
so it would be
so
classified as
forth.
a case manager as well.
Which one, I'm sorry, 162
162,
would be a
Call that
case manager?
we would just make that a case manager and at that rate.
Okay, we
That
got,
would be the compromise,
I-
if you're hung up on that
If-
probation officer stipend.
You just gave a very impassioned speech. I like what you said about the reallocation of resources, target and flooding the zone. And, I want you to know, I started saying no new employees and you're swaying me a little bit. And I can't speak for everyone here, but I have a personal connection. I don't know if everybody knows this, but I can relate a little more to what you're saying. I myself was addicted to opiates for 5 years. I got 9 years, clean underneath my belt since, 2014. So I understand those struggles. I understand, the impact it makes, and I understand, how kids are affected by that, probably more than most. The one thing that really was hanging me up, in addition to just adding an employee in general, is the loss of control over the salary increases. So I'd like the fact that you're willing to change that title, because for me, that makes it more doable, I guess.
And willing to put skin in the game from our user fees, for the other, to reclassify and reconfigure. Cause we can ignore the reality, but we can't ignore the consequences of ignoring it, right? So we have to, we have a lot of community partners, through juvenile probation, through our JDAI initiative that we run. We have the community is hungry and ready for this. They want us, the government, to move on some of these issues to help these kids. That's what they want us to do. And we have a lot of great community people who are ready to step up and do things. We're working on some initiatives. We've got a program coming in, it's called Credible Messenger, where we're gonna get, mentors in the community. We're working out a structure to hopefully pay them through grants. Don't worry, I'm not asking for anything else. But we're really there's a lot of caring people in Muncie. That's the good thing about Delaware County, Muncie generally. There's a lot of people that want to help. They want to make a difference on this. It's up to us as government officials, from my perspective, to facilitate that the best way we can. It's
Can you
not up to
confirm-
us, it's up to the community.
Can you confirm that this is just going for the children's program, the kids? It's not gonna be another adult
Case
probation
manager?
officer? or
Right,
anything
that's
like
right.
that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could we even call it like a youth case
Yeah.
manager?
Yeah, we call it juvenile
like that.
case manager or juvenile,
Oh.
however we want to classify it.
You wanna
but,
say juvenile
we-
case
there's-
manager?
I'd like
I like
for it
that.
to be called out, just so we're all clear in the
Okay.
instance
Okay.
that some of us aren't here in 10 years, like whoever's here will always know that would be a
So do you-
juvie.
So do you want that
Line
other,
162.
Yes.
I hope we're not all here in 10
Okay.
and
years.
you want the other one to be intake
I'm,
officer?
we gotta, there's been lots of line items we've looked at this week that could be retitled to something a little
Yeah.
more
One
clear.
second.
Juvenile
Juvenile
case
case
manager.
All right, Eugene.
Yeah.
Got it.
Jeff, appreciate your presentation. I do fully support, I wish we had enough money to do both of them. What I think I hear Ryan saying is that he'd like to keep this in here, but it's probably gonna be low-hanging fruit
Yeah.
that when we realize that we don't have the money, possibly gonna be the first thing that gets cut. 'cause
We
it's a new
understand.
employee.
We understand you have a job to do. We understand this isn't a final decision.
Yeah.
We all know how budgets go.
That
Well, it's in there
better
for now.
And I appreciate this body, you all have been very, accommodating, and I understand that you all know, whether it's through personal experience or just connection and however way, like what's going on, and, we need to allocate resources towards it.
Yep.
Otherwise, we're just gonna kind of keep spinning our wheels.
Sure. All right, so with all of that, assuming, well, I think we're all in agreement on the jump, and then adding this youth or juvenile case manager, where it
The other-
stands right now, the number I have, Tanya, if you wanna write this down, I have 2,649,900 951.
Okay, I have 2,663,822.
I got 429.
So what? All right, let's start you wanna start at the top and roll down, or?
Well, let me see what the
Oh, this is
difference
gonna be a
is.
minute.
13,871.
Kind of a random.
Yeah, that's weird.
Judge Cannon has to go to court, so.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
did you have more than me, or did I have more? I didn't even
Um,
listen, I'm sorry.
Let's see, what did I say? I have a little bit more.
Okay,
You have a little bit less by
let me
13,000.
make sure I have.
Just so I'm clear on those, we're keeping the jump at the 2024.
Yep.
We eliminated IRACs
Mhm.
at the 39,918. We
We're
eliminated
taking a little break.
one probation officer at 41,079,
Yep.
but we kept another one and changed the name to juvenile case manager at 41,079.
Yes,
Okay, then on the last one, on the last page, we changed the name to intake officer. The budget out of this one is going to be 35,728.
Correct.
Because they're gonna pull 4,272 from somewhere else.
Correct.
I guess I'm ready to go line by line then.
okay, I'm gonna change my spreadsheet to say intake officer. Like I hadn't done that yet. All right, so I have 0, 5,000,
Oh, hang on, maybe that's it right there, some of it. We totally took that out. I took it down. 103. Oh, it was in for the full 5,000.
Yeah.
On here, so we're going to 0 completely
Yep.
on that. There's part of my problem, because I only did negative 2,500
Okay.
instead of negative 5,000.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, this will take a minute anyway. If
Okay.
anyone needs to walk around, just as long as we keep it quiet in here.
All right, so that would, eliminate 2,500. That means we're down to 11,371 difference.
Okay. And then we have a 5,000, a 5,000, 36,289.
We had 0 in between there, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, a blank, yes, a 0.
Okay.
I'm sorry. And then
Alright.
6,289, a 0.
Yep.
62,338. 53,458. 62,318. 65,558. That was the one that she had incorrect.
No, it's 36,558.
Yeah, 36,
Oh, I
5,
thought you said
65.
65.
I'm sorry, 36,558.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Like, dang, that girl's getting a raise.
Yeah, I was like, that's that cash right there. I missed.
Again, 6-point font, 15,000,
Okay,
5,000, 56,770, 51,472.
61.
Oh my gosh,
61.
61,472,
okay.
41,079, 0, 75,561, 46,200, 0, 68,694, 2,000, 0, 0, 38,000, 27,300, 59,954, 6,500, 7,000, 2,500, 2,000, 62,000, 2,000, 100,
100?
I'm sorry, 1,000, I'm sorry, 1,000, 3,100, 0,
0?
Yeah,
Brett Ryder,
we haven't
0.
decided on that one yet.
I had a question mark and I left it in because we skipped it.
I think it's out.
don't think mine
It's
was.
out.
Okay, hang on, let me mark that in my book.
I'll mark mine too.
317.
I mean, if we're gonna put it anywhere, it'd be the auditors,
On the
yeah.
full-time, okay.
we get a grant for a grant writer?
Is that possible? Wouldn't that be?
Okay, that's,
I'm sure you could.
that's gonna take us the opposite
Wouldn't that be like starting your gap?
difference of 3,629.
Okay, well, we'll keep going, so
Okay.
500.
Let me check this real quick, though. I have a 3,629 that I was supposed to remove. I feel like we're past that, but let me double check. I did. Okay.
So 323, 500.
Oh, yeah, line 323, 500, yes.
Sorry, 4,655. 721. $51,006. 500. 1,500. 110,000. 500. 2,000. 21,705.
Can we quiet down a little
Hey,
bit?
guys, can we keep it down a little bit in the back? You mind? Thank you. Office equipment, 21,705.
Yeah.
6,000.
It was line 441.
441, 21,705.
Argue with-
Law book, 6,000. Next is a 0. Got 5,000. 36,289. 36,558. 36,289. 59,828.
0 and then 59,828.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, a blank and then, yeah.
Okay.
40,168.
No, I have 186.
I have 186.
I'm sorry, 186. Sorry, 4186.
Okay.
Dyslexia.
Yes. 80,000. Blank, blank. 36,558. 2 blanks. 5,000. 62,448. 56,770. 47,683. 45,685. 50,826.
I have
25.
825.
I'm sorry, 825. 36,289. 39,918.
Okay, I have something different.
No, that
there.
should be 36,289.
Yeah, that's what I have.
On
Okay.
B120?
Equals,
36,289. And that's a difference of 3,629. So
Okay.
if you fix yours, we
I got
should
that,
match.
yep, fixed. We should match now?
Yeah.
All right,
What's that total?
hold on. Refresh the pivot. That's now 2,646,322.
So I got
Perfect.
2,646,322.
Where'd all my friends go? That'll work. All right, I think we're good on courts now. Let's head over to 86. We are outside of county general, outside the max levy.
This is those user fees for
We'll go through whatever you
probation.
wanna go through and-
This is, what they collect every month.
I think Jim's on the phone. I'll go peek. I know we closed the,
I just, let's keep the noise down.
Are we taking a break?
oh,
Okay.
What?
we can move on. There's 4 of us.
Okay. This is where we pay part of probation salaries and their operating stuff.
So we can,
for both departments.
So you're gonna use part of this to fund that
Yeah.
Huh.
intake, you're gonna use part of this to fund that intake
We're gonna
officer.
put the 4,000 in there, yeah.
So you'll have to find some, I mean,
Well, we'll either find it or, and we'll come back for more if we need it later in the year, is probably what we'll do.
okay.
We'll probably well, we can't, we gotta come in and appropriate it, cause it's a 100 series. But it'll come out of this, appropriation out of this fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll work with Tanya on that.
Yeah, we'll work on finding the money. I mean, he's got more than that in there.
Right.
He's got 2 budgets worth in there, but we try to keep at least a budget worth of money as a balance.
There's balance on line 211.
so this one, we'll basically just stay at 24.
Yes.
All right, that was page 86 for you, Jim. Stays at 24.
What was your final number, please, on?
Oh, on the
26?
courts?
It's 646, 322. Thank you.
All right, so page 89.
This is our jury fee fund for the collections they get out of cases, and
86.
I did up it this year. I can always come back and appropriate more if I need to, if I've got the money in there. So we're hoping that we can put more money in there.
Cool. We all good with the 24 request on that?
Yes.
All right, page 93.
This is a grant for our family recovery court coordinator out at juvenile court. It's grant funded. And we've not gotten our response yet, but again, whatever they give us, we'll spend. If we don't get the full amount, we'll have to adjust. We took health insurance out of this grant because they did not cover it last year. This person does not receive health insurance. But they receive FICA, PERF, and long-term, short-term.
This is a new person in that.
No, just a new employee in the position. We've had the grant for about 4 or 5
Yeah,
years now.
that's what I meant, new employee.
Yeah, it went from A101
A new employee,
to-
yes. When we brought on this new employee, we decided not to offer health insurance, which worked out. She didn't need it, because it really wasn't covering the health insurance anymore.
All right, we
Amount
good
they
with-
were giving us.
Good with the 62?
Good with the 24 number?
Yes, yes.
Great. All right, let's take 5 minutes so we can give the auditors a break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
over
right.
there in Albany has a full service, as far as I know, that's it in Delaware County, I don't know of any other.
Gotcha.
I used to do it, I used,
Windshield.
down there by the pyramids, over to the Shell station there, and College Park Shell there, because that's what there's called, it's
I'll
College
be able to
Park.
push that adoption.
And I
but
absolutely,
Ding, ding.
I absolutely.
There come 15 people running out to check the air in your tires and check the oil.
So we are on the auditor's office. Auditor.
I'm-
And this-
Am I not, Ed, am I correct in the only thing you, on the top 23 budget, you have to raise is your contractual services?
Yes.
Everything else, I mean, nobody wants to keep it the same, but you said, was there anything else you had to raise?
Nope.
Okay,
Got a decrease on 322.
yep, I was gonna say, and there were a couple of decreases, but I can't remember where.
322, well, we'll take those decreases, so,
I also have a give back to 23.
okay, well, let's get through we'll do these decreases first and.
And back to contractual service, you had 105 and I've got 155 penciled in. Is that because of our appropriations? Refresh, help me.
Hold on, I'm distracted by something else at the second, so I stand by.
I've got the same thing. Add 55 to 105.
That's because we added 50,000 in August.
Let's just go from the top, that'll be easier. So we've got salaries at the top that'll all go to 2023.
Yep.
I believe, Ed, are you withdrawing the positions?
Well, the support, duty, deputy replaced Tanya's old position. When she took Don's position.
Title change only, right?
What's that?
It's just title change, correct?
Correct.
That's what I wrote.
So that was not a new one. The grant administrator, that's a new one. We're gonna withdraw that.
So what's the salary for the support deputy? 'Cause I only have that 121, and it's a 0 for 23.
It'd be what's in 2024.
24 is without a raise, that,
Right,
Okay, so it's just that same number, 34,839?
correct.
okay.
I really think we need a grant writer and administrator. You know, we get written up every year, the auditor's office does for grants, and there's a lot to administer them. But the revenue for grant writing really won't take effect for at least 12 to 18 months. So if they start next year, at best, we'll see revenue from 25 or 26. And because of that, I mean, it's really more of an investment. And when we don't have the revenue to support it, kind of like at home, you can't afford to pay your gas bill, you sure wouldn't be remodeling your house. So that's kind of what my opinion is, to draw into that.
Once again, it's still on our wish list.
Okay,
But if we wait on it, we're also gonna be put a year further back than what you said.
right, there's that part too. Let's just put it at 0 for now. Part-time stayed the same, overtime, same. There's a small increase in office supplies. Can you go back to the 23, or is that,
And we go back to 23, the 11,750.
yep, great. And so then back to the contractual services and postage. We'll use the 24 numbers.
Okay, wait. On contractual services, we started out with, 24 of 105,000, but then there was some discussion,
We
I believe
appropriated 50,000 in our August meeting last.
55.
I got 155 wrote down.
I think that's what,
I have 50 to 60 more needed.
So we're gonna put 155
We
in?
can't,
That's for this year.
we gotta be careful here, because we gotta make sure that we don't exceed what was advertised.
Right, we'd have to make up 50 grand.
Which
if
is
we
why I
did
just
that.
have the 105 in there right now, but we just zeroed out
The
a
grant.
grant writer at 37.5. So we could make that 140. Right?
That's
Like,
pretty close, that's only 15,000 less than, what are we shooting for?
I'm gonna give you back 5 off the postage.
are we gonna make that 140 then, that contractual service?
Yes.
Okay. And postage went down. All right, mileage expense increased. We stay at 23, or do you need that?
We'll keep it one at, the 23 number.
Right? And then the rest all were no change.
Computer.
Then we have the computer line,
We're gonna remove that.
Back
okay?
to zero?
I'm sorry, mileage, which one did you go with?
23.
Okay, and then same.
All the way down to
Yeah, we could go 101.
441.
Equipment, computer, take that out?
Yes.
All right, I'm caught up.
Okay, and then it looks,
Jessica, can I say something real quick?
absolutely.
I know there's been a lot of talk about grants and grant writers and everything, but if any department has a specific grant that they want to go after, let us know. And, Brad, look out, and Bill Waters are pretty good at those grants and obtaining grants from all different places. And Angie is very good at the state grants. So just, they're not grant writers, but they've written a ton of grants is what I'm trying to get at.
All due
So,
respect to that, I mean, as councilmen, people, how would we know what's available?
We do now.
What?
Oh, you mean what grants are available? Oh, I mean, there's a
We'd have to
plethora
have
out
somebody
there.
yeah,
We'd have
we
to,
gotta have somebody fishing for them too. Well, I understand, but
But if
there,
we know about it, yes.
if you know, we have people that I think are pretty good at writing.
Message is more to the department heads and people than us.
Everyone, yeah. If
We
you,
say
if
we
you,
could utilize Brad if we.
I'm saying you can utilize them if you come up with something that's kind of complicated.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, we were at, 441, equipment, computer is at 0.
correct.
A101,
We were,
zeroed out.
Yeah.
You removed
well,
it,
no, it's down. It's down further. It's now
But-
He's just saying
101.
for that line,
for that line.
make it zero because it's down further.
Yeah, it changes.
Oh, yeah, I just left that blank, so yeah. Cause the rest are salaries now. Now, I do have a question on A110.
Yeah, me too.
It's zeroed out.
It
And,
doesn't continue, right? There is no B one there.
correct.
That used to be, okay, so now A110, I don't know if I think I was A118, if I remember right. And the other person was A110, what'd we go to? Let me see what the new one, okay, no, he's still B118, so A118 went to B118, but the A110, we did away with that title, and technically, that was where I moved to Donna's, and then the, support deputy, I think we just ended up getting everything
what
switcheroo
changed it
correctly,
was.
and gave him a new gave him his own number,
Okay, so that's a
With
zero, that is
the
a zero there.
yeah.
Okay.
And we did away with that 110. That kind of how it worked, Becky? Just gave that new title, a new number, and started fresh.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Fantastic. So if that's the case.
You said A110, is that what you
It's a
said?
zero.
Zeroed out, and it should be.
Okay, and so then that number up there is not 34,839, it's 33,499.
No, that 121
I see what you're saying.
I
You're saying
see
it looks
what
like
you're
a pay
saying.
increase.
Yeah, because that includes the 4%. So technically, yes, Mr. Whitehead, you're correct. That should be 33,499 if we're taking it from the A110.
Catch you, Gene.
33,499 for 121.
Yes.
Thanks for that.
Carol, do you have any open positions at all?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So B 101 should be the 56,136, right?
B101 should be.
Yeah.
53,545, right?
You add
Because-
A101 to it though,
Yeah,
so it's 56,136.
Final number one more time?
56,136.
Thank you.
There's a note at the bottom.
there it is.
Tells you
Okay,
your
I got it now.
dollar amount.
Oh, I see it there.
56.
I made it easier.
And the same thing on that chief deputy auditor. Right?
Should be 40.
Yes.
So we're making 102.40 and we're marking out B102 to 0, correct?
C102's out, it's zeroed out, go down to C102, and that should be 40,000.
40 flat.
So with all that, currently now have that budget at $714,073.
Did everyone make a note on earlier? I know we talked about this yesterday or the day before, or how long have we been here? Yeah.
This is day 3.
On B111,
B111.
that true amount is supposed to be, tell me if I'm right, Becky, 34,567? Yes, that should be 34,567.
34,567. Okay.
And then the B118 is 35,809.
Why are those?
Those were part of the, what, like from earlier in the year, right? They came before council and they got all the lines straightened out and the proper amounts on
Okay.
proper lines.
A118 is 0.
A118 is 0, yes. And instead of 36,193, it should be 35,809.
I will refresh this again.
I know, I think we talked about this a second ago. What did we conclude on that very first one, that settlement deputy? What was the reason why it wasn't in for next year?
It wasn't actually a new position. It's a new name, right? Like the line changed,
Right.
but it's not a new hire.
But it needs that 39, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, because it wasn't in for 2024, so
Right.
it stole me off a little bit.
You mean 103 versus
ma'am.
A103?
no, I think,
103 drops to A103.
Okay, that's the answer then. Yep.
Okay,
And it's that number, that 39,643?
that's the correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
0 it here and bring it down here.
Well,
wait,
Well-
no.
wait a minute, because, well, yeah, that's what it started at. So I have to think about this because, I'll have to ask Lori, really, because that was Donna and she had her 60% longevity, which was more than my 60% longevity. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So that base amount shown in the book of 39,643 more than likely includes her 60% longevity. So I'll need to ask Lori what the amount is for A103, what the proper amount for A103.
Okay.
But it shouldn't be that far off, but it is a
It
different
won't be
number.
a lot, but it will be some,
Different,
yeah, yeah. cause she was, she had been here way longer when they did that split and did all that with the longevity, you know, she had been here way longer than me at that point in time, so.
Well, we'll just keep it at 39,643 for now, and then when
Okay,
you go back
and I'll
and check it all,
get with
yeah.
Lori.
What'd you come up with for a final total, or did you?
Let me refresh it real quick, cause I just made a. All right, I have 713,970. You're fine. Bless you.
Okay, what'd you say? What'd you get?
713,970. Oh, cool. How far off?
I got 715,670.
So, what,
You got
2,300?
713,970.
970.
1,700.
Where are we off? 1,700.
Yeah, where's that 1,700 at?
All right, start at the top.
Raise,
I got a blank. 36,697.
I mean, that's an even
34,
number.
443. 33, 499. 33, 499. 33, 499.
Right there.
Right there.
I have 34,839.
34,
Should I not?
34, 8.
We said that, then we scribbled it out and made it 33,499.
Okay,
What did we do? I thought, because I had the same figure she did.
okay, so I need to take.
I don't know why we did it, but I wrote 34 the first time, scribbled it out, and then went to 33.
the increase in it.
That's right.
That's right. And I marked
it
it
had
in
the
my book, and
4%.
then I didn't do it on here.
Okay.
Okay, so that would take us down to $360.
Cool. All right, well, let's see, we've got a
Keep
zero. We got a zero, 5,000, 5,000, 11,750, 140,000, 18,000, 1,000, 1,000, 8,000, 800, 1,000, 1,000, 200, zero,
200.
200, I'm sorry, 2,000,
Okay,
zero, blank, 39,643, 36,024, got a zero, a blank, 56,136, blank, 34,567.
right there.
I typed that one in, so what do you,
I got that too.
that's the number.
What'd you come up
B
with?
111.
34,
I have, and
3, 4, 5,
that's the
6,
one I
7.
said, make sure. Yeah, well, I didn't make sure.
You
made sure that you did. 35,950.
That you need, weird.
3683.
All right, I have a new total now, 713,970.
That's it.
I think that's what Jessica.
Winning. All right,
Find it.
44,740.
Yeah, weird number.
all right, let's go on over to page 76.
No changes there.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question. Are there any expenses that you can move from the general budget into that?
I will check. I spent so much time on the county budget, not looked at the detail.
That stays.
Which page is that?
76.
76.
And page 82. Friendly reminder, we are out of the max levy out of county general. So we're good with a 24 request on this.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Cool. That was easy enough. Thank you, auditor. All right, it's us. Page 48.
We all get 110. That's like, nobody else did. Motion to give us all 10,000, 200% raise.
No, I heard that.
Trust me.
I mean, if anything, whatever percent the county general needs to go down, I'd recommend that we take a pay cut at that percent.
Yeah, the other thing I was going to suggest out of here, we had moved some money over into schooling to cover some of our training, for that June event. I know some of the other AIC events we've been attending, some of us have just paid out of pocket for those and have not sought reimbursement. I mean, the other option is that we pay for our own training. We don't have a lot of places to make cuts, but that's something we could give up, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't have a problem
All right
paying
with
for
that.
my own training, but
But I would, to touch on what Eugene said, if we're not going to cut drainage board members and we're not gonna cut other, salaries, elected official salaries, and I'm not gonna support doing it here. I think if we're gonna do that, then we're gonna set the trend and do it. We did that a year or two ago when every single person got a raise except the council. Matter of fact, we voted for it, then
we took it back.
come back, you know, for whatever reason, that year. We're already back a year from everybody else, so
Well, none of us are doing it for the money. I mean,
I understand that.
Fair
but we
enough.
are doing it for the principal.
Fair
and-
enough, but I wanna lead by example. Maybe if I say it, maybe I get another official to come up there and say, you know what, I'll do the same thing.
Well, Tony did it 2 days ago, and it didn't work out too good, because nobody else did it.
I understand.
but he did it and he led by example, so.
We're definitely not gonna throw that out.
Right, it's a little bit different playing ground, for sure, for sure. I mean, for those who don't know, this, I mean, we're talking, our salaries are 15,120, we're clearly not doing this for the money,
We can take a cut at the commissioner's will.
They had decided 198 salary,
We can take the salary adjustment out there. We've just kind of kept that there in the event that if anything, if we needed to make an adjustment somewhere, it was there.
and can we go back for 2023?
I just wouldn't put well,
It's the
twenty
same
twenty-three is the
number.
same number.
Same number. They're both 7,000.
We can cut it.
I'm saying give it back for 2023
Oh,
and cut it
yeah.
out of 2024.
I'm down for that.
I like that.
What are we
And the
doing?
same under
Cut the
office supplies and
198
miscellaneous
salary
supplies,
adjustment.
we never spend that either.
So,
We're making 198,000 and giving 7,000 back this year.
and then he said a couple more,
Miscellaneous
211
supplies,
and 241,
so
211.
it's 3 more 50.
211, so we're gonna zero that out and give it back.
What about that emergency tech?
Hold on, one thing at a time.
Gonna let the computer catch up.
Yep. All right, so miscellaneous supplies, we're gonna zero out.
and give back.
Give back that amount.
At 441, I would leave it in the budget because it's for emergencies, but I would give it back for this year.
I'm good with that.
That's a total so far of 11,350 on the give back.
No, we're still working.
Pretty good so
We're,
far.
we're part of the team.
No, I didn't, got it.
What do we think about the schooling?
Well, I mean, do we have anything else left to do?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's always training. I don't know that if you participated in anything other than the June event, but,
We had 4 events this year. 3.
and I've paid for two of them on my own. I don't
I don't have a problem with that.
You don't have a problem, Bill? What are your thoughts on the schooling?
What do you want to do, drop it out?
That's what I'm asking.
I would leave it at what it was.
Just leave it the same?
We just need to be judicious.
Okay.
About the balance, there's so much more in
I
there.
think, I think it's valuable, certainly it's been valuable for the new members.
Well, but if you take $1,000 and divvy that up among 7 of us, that's, what, $150 a piece or less than that? I don't see, I think it's a moot point. I'd take it out.
Wanna just cut it back to 23's number? So it's there?
That might pay for mileage.
I don't even put in for mileage. I just eat it, I don't even,
Yeah, I didn't put in mileage this year neither.
I'm not
I'm
looking
good
to
with
make
that.
money. Keep it at 500?
Fine with that.
Okay.
We definitely need to send Jim to training school next year so he can have some more.
Learn some more know-how.
Oh, believe me, you'll come out of there, you only think you feel dumb now. Wait till you come out of there.
But and that balance on the schooling, Jessica, so
I'm sure it's probably, this was the end of June when this was published, and this was right before we got done with our trip down to Carmel for that training, so would that be our hotel rooms and such?
that's probably zero then by now.
Correct.
Okay,
$400, Ryan.
okay, thank you.
So we want to leave it at 500?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and leave that at 5.
Was legal publication, kept at 500?
Yes.
What about contractual services?
Contractual services stayed at 30. There was no
That's live stream and attorney,
change.
So it's probably going to stay the same.
Yes.
We may be able to give some of that back later in the year, but I wouldn't do it yet.
Yeah, I mean, it'll automatically roll over. Right now, we can only give back what we know we can do.
And I know we talked about the longevity going up. But we haven't spent any of it, that's not spent till December, right, or is it? And that's been calculated that we're gonna need 270 next year roughly.
Yes.
Okay, thank
Yeah, so that'll also be the 24 number.
The 270?
Yes. For longevity. So the 3 that are going to, we've got that's the only one I think we have from the 24 budget.
And what did we say on the emergency tech equipment? Leave it alone?
For this year, for 24, leave it alone, but we're gonna give it back this year. So put that in your 23 cut.
I think I got that right here.
not your 24 cut.
That's right. I started to write it, and then for some reason I quit writing it.
What was
This one.
that on?
Give the give back on the emergency tech
41.
equipment,
It's
We're gonna give it back or we're
4,000.
gonna keep it?
Yeah.
give it back this year, keep it for next year.
We'll keep it in the budget.
All right. Let's see, that makes county council actually less than our last year's budget at 412,340. Tanya, let me know if you get the same number.
Okay, I'm still marking.
You're
my
fine.
book up.
What'd you get, Jess?
I got 412,340.
We appreciate that.
Hey, I mean, like, we're team players too.
Go here.
Salary adjustments out.
Like Eugene, like if we needed to, like if.
Oh, yeah,
say-
Bill explained
Okay.
it to me, I'm good.
I'm sorry, I missed your conversation on the longevity. Staying where,
We with a 24 number.
Okay.
Yep.
Take 198, that's 7,000 out.
Let me go back to that tab.
Salary adjustment, yes, we did. No,
Well, we took it out, I'm asking.
We took it out for this year, not 24.
I thought we took it up to 24.
Oh, did we did? Yeah, we did. I'm sorry.
did.
We did. There it is.
What's it?
7,000 for the
198,
salary
7,000.
adjustment.
Yeah, we made it 0.
Okay, but 441, we took it out for 2023 only, and we left it in for 2024, correct?
440, what was that?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
So we need to reduce that by another 7,000, should be 405, 340.
No, I had it right in my 412,340. Our total. With a cut for this year, 11,350.
But you started out with 412 and you cut 7,000.
No, I had it in my spreadsheet correctly.
Longevity went up 6,800.
Longevity is gonna be the 270.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What was your
Maybe I
total,
lost it.
Jessica?
You're fine. I have
412.
412,340.
Yes.
Okay. Rock and roll. All right, let's go to our lit, page 71. This should be relatively simple. We have to keep that, I got that health insurance in there at 100,000, and then we reduce the,
Sheriff's
sheriff's pension, we have it down at 1 million. We're all agreeable on that?
We're just keeping it last year's level.
Yep.
Uh, 71.
All right, well, we got through the agenda, so thank you for that. Yay.
Before you,
I've got some other numbers to
out.
read, but I've got
go back
numbers
to
to read
the
and such.
auditor
Okay,
on page 8
okay,
and line A103,
A103,
the amount should be 38,
38,
417.
417.
What was that? What was line number?
That was A103,
Okay, what should that number be?
38, 417.
And the new total,
Hang on, let me jump back on the computer.
So I already had that, 38, 417, so that was right. Okay. So that number doesn't change, that's what we already
Huh?
had.
You wouldn't have had that, I just got it through text from my chief,
38,417.
yeah? On A 103,
I had that in my spreadsheet.
So what's your new total?
okay, so I'm showing 712, 744.
712, yeah, 712, 744. Okay. There we go. All right, so with everything we've done over past couple days, let me refresh this. All right, the good news, if you want to call it the good news, we cut the requested 24 budget of 41,643,677 by 3,843,958. If you add that $121,960 of cuts from this year's budget, that gets us to be cut 3,965,918, which puts us right now at 37,799,719.
Say that number again, please.
37,799,719, which means to get down to that 36,144,988 that is in this spreadsheet that we all got, we have to cut still $1,684,731. Well, and $684,731.
What was that final number, since I don't have to look at that, or the 36,144,000 we want to get to?
Right here.
Yeah, I'd say
988.
988.
I'm having here's what I'm not understanding.
731.
I thought when we started, we had to cut about 1.2 billion from the 2023 number.
That was a guesstimate based on, but we didn't take into account like insurance.
All right.
And
Well,
that was a huge increase
in
that
addition,
we have to eat.
in addition to that 1.2, for my total I've been keeping, we added 2.58 million. So my total was 3.758 million. And then when you take in the 166,000 of the total of the departments that we came in under, my total still was needing to cut from
You can look at my
2023.
spreadsheet and compare your page numbers here.
and you and I need to do that.
On the
because my
sheriff.
total-
Yeah.
Well, one, sheriff, but that was only a difference of 2,860.
Mhm.
And when you just read me your total,
Mhm.
we have a difference of 47,851.
That sounds like a salary.
Anyway, to finish what I was saying,
Okay,
I
we'll
still
take a
have this 3,591,000 still needed to go. But I guess that was considering that estimate, included that 1.2 you said was an estimate. So
Yeah,
guess
I
we took
mean,
that out.
this is the best, I mean, this is the best we could start with, right? This, what we started with on whatever day that was, Wednesday. So we've got some cutting to do now. There'll be some adjustments to FICA and perf and whatnot, and we'll get a better, like a more clear number after the auditor's office has some time to rework the numbers and verify, right? We'll go through, and I'll sit down with Tanya after we wrap up and compare numbers, and if we see any errors, I'll make a note and then I'll email you guys anything we find that's different than what I have.
And we'll want to revisit the revenue figures as well, verify those again.
That's true, because that'll make a big difference. That'll make a big difference, so, that's where we are. If we're going off that 36,144,988 that was on here, 1,684,731.
About 1.7, if you're just gonna round.
I think we're darn close.
I thought you guys got.
By my numbers, I think we were like 300,000 off.
We're real close.
38,894. Don't need it.
That's what I said, about 300,000.
Well, closer to two, that's
Closer
good.
to
Yeah, let's
238.
round
Oh, you said
down.
238, I thought you said 284.
Let's round down a
Just
little.
like myself.
We're closer there.
238, down you,
For the lit public safety, we still need to, cut 238,894.
thank you.
I had that we already got it down to 190.
I had 190.
Because we got rid of
Oh, what?
48, 48, 143 out of the jail lit. I'm sorry?
No,
No, that was,
but yesterday I wrote down 190, 751. That's what I
Same.
had.
I have, and I may, you know what, I'm only looking at three numbers here, so that means.
Yeah, we had the
I didn't
pro-
write anything down for 145. What'd we cut in,
the jail. That's the 48, 143.
48, 143?
Yes. I mean, we're getting close. A lot closer there than general. All right, so I guess the next thing we need to do is figure out when we need to reconvene. The budget adoption is set for September 29th, so we need to be moving and grooving on this.
Did you put that 190751? That's what it got.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I know we have council members who will, and other elected officials who will be going to the training down in southern Indiana that week of the 25th. So we want to make sure we've got some time to make these decisions. Ed, Tanya, Becky, do we think we could be ready by like Thursday?
Thursday's fine, isn't it?
Week from, well,
The 14th?
the 14th.
Are you
I'm
good?
available Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week,
Okay,
as of right now.
Thursday's fine.
Thursday? This side of the table, we good on Thursday, like,
What time you talking?
I don't know, 2?
Later in the day is better for me.
What's that look?
I get off work at 3, so.
Okay,
How long you think it's gonna take? I mean, if we start at 3, or how long are we gonna be here? I mean, we got a lot of.
we got a lot of cuts to do.
Yeah.
So it could be another late night,
I can go as late as possible.
If I need to take a day off, I do, I'm just saying.
yeah.
We'll start at 1.
We could, if you're gonna take a day off, then we might as well start at 1, if everyone's available at 1.
I won't be, I'll have to come in a little late on that. I mean, I'll be here, but I'll be coming late,
How late?
probably 3 hours late.
Oh.
No, 3 hours late. I already lost $2,000 taking this week off, so if I take off another day, my wife's off surgery for 12 weeks, so I'm the only income.
I mean, our 15,125 doesn't cover our budget hearing salary?
No, it's done that one. It helps.
Let's go Thursday at 1.
Okay.
I'll take a half day that day too.
What's that date, please?
14th.
Thank you.
So just also, so a little bit of good news, I've been keeping track of the give backs from everybody in the department for 2023. And by my records,
I don't see it.
you guys all gave back $179,860 to help.
On
for this
who?
year. All the give backs for 2023.
I only had 121,960.
Well, I did that 42,990 from the state, I
From
think
the
that comes
state?
from the EMS. I think Fred said there's like 40, I wrote down, I know Mike, but it said 42,990 coming from the state.
Oh, I'm only counting what we already have right now that we can cut.
But you said it was guaranteed.
It doesn't count though for this.
Okay. We'll take that off then.
So what do you have without?
I have 121,960.
Payment for the defenders.
Yeah.
The space.
160.
121,960.
Oh, that was still super helpful.
Right.
I missed writing one down.
Oh, we'll regroup.
I've got them tagged.
Okay. Oh. Look at you. Set a reminder to take a half day.
Just giving it back. Putting it with Matt's.
Well, I'm out of the state, Thursday.
Okay.
Adjournment,
Yeah,
Recess.
hold on just a second. Are we all good with that?
recess,
All right, we'll go ahead and recess.
Recess, excuse
We'll see
me.
you on the 14th.
thank you.
Thank you.